I played over 150 days of Mytimeatsandrock and did absolutely everything. Hi everyone, my name is Sav and welcome to Sandrock, a smaller and a bit rundown town in the middle of the Eufaula desert. Come along with me as I establish my new workshop as a builder, meet the most charming people in the Free Cities, some of the worst as well unfortunately, uncover the mysteries and secrets the town is hiding, and help bring back Sandrock to its former glory. This is over 100 hours neatly packed together in a circa 3.5 hour long movie. I have been working on this for almost 2 months now, so I'd very much appreciate if you could leave a like, it helps me out a ton. Now that's enough rambling from me. Without further ado, sit back, relax, maybe grab a snack and enjoy the video. First things first, we of course have to make our own character. I tried out a few hairstyles and hair colors, but I mostly kept everything as it was by default. Also, I was so excited to play as this footage was recorded from day 1 of the release, so I couldn't be bothered to spend too much time in the character creator. We have officially arrived at the Sandrock train station, where Mianne introduced herself. She's a builder like us, and if you're not familiar with Sandrock nor Portia, then let me give you a quick rundown. Mytimeatsandrock is an adventure RPG. As I said before, there's farming, crafting, animal husbandry, cave diving, and even boss battles. But the most important one is the crafting. We are a builder, so we build things. Also, this game has a very extensive storyline and a whole bunch of different characters. Some are more important than others, but I will talk more about those later. Anyways, we also meet Jan and Mason. Jan is the owner of the Commerce Guild building and kinda like our boss. Mason is a retiring builder and we are allowed to move into his old workshop. I'm not gonna mention him too often anymore since, well, he's leaving town and he's also kinda awkward. I had a quick look at my new property and also got some cute furniture pieces in the mailbox. After collecting some stone and wood, I was able to make a pick hammer. I rushed back into town to talk to Jan and he wanted me to work on a recycler right away, but before that I wanted to take a peek at the town and meet more people. We have Owen, who is the owner of the Blue Moon Saloon, Sandy, the town mascot, Elsie and her mom who own a yak mill farm, and Jensen, the train conductor. After a lot of socializing, I went back to my workshop and had a look at the recycler diagram. As I was gathering materials for said recipe, I was interrupted by Burgess, who told me it was illegal to cut down trees around town. I apologized to him and said that I didn't know anything about that, which was a lie because Jan warned me about that earlier. Whoopsie daisy. I went over all of the different crafting recipes that were available to me at the work table and then made my very first recycler. Back in town, I met Pastor Miguel and Jasmine, who is the daughter of the mayor. Mayor Trudy is currently on a mission in the desert, so I guess we will meet her at a later point in the game. I met Vivi, who owns the tailor-made shop and is the town grandma, RVO owner of the general store, and then got a cutscene with Penn, aka Superman, who calls himself the protector of the town. Yeah, we'll see about that, buddy. He told me that I needed some training in fighting, so we went to his boxing arena and I even got to choose a weapon. Usually my first choice would be the heaviest and strongest option, in that case the greatsword, but I really wanted to try out the dual daggers, and then this happened. I guess you're supposed to lose here? Also, he gave me the nickname Skinny Arms, which I don't approve of at all. After that I finally made it to the town hall where I met Matilda, who is currently filling in for Mayor Trudy. I registered my workshop and ended up with the name Skyforge, which I definitely came up all by myself and didn't look up online. Mianne and I headed to the Commerce Guild again, where we got a cutscene with Jan and Rocky. Rocky is the chef of the Eufaula Salvage Company and he commissioned a crane lift from Jan a while ago, but he never finished that. Now it's of course our job to get it done. For the rest of the day I ran around and collected as many materials as I could and then headed to bed. Day number 2, Jasmine visited me in the morning and asked if I wanted to have a little tour around town. Of course I said yes, since I haven't even seen half of the buildings in Sandrock. First stop was the yak mill farm and she said in the future I can buy my own animals from there. Second stop was the big water tower, which was located in the middle of town. I can also buy water from birches, should I need any. Third location was City Hall, and last stop was the Church of the Light, where most town folks gather every Sunday. I thanked Jasmine for the tour and then explored the rest of my own. I met Mort, the graveyard keeper, and probably one of my favorite characters in the entire game. Then Katori, who owns the Golden Goose. It's an arcade as far as I know, and she also takes care of the museum. After exploring for a little while, I headed back to collect more materials for the crane lift project, and then I saw Elsie, who was struggling to pull in some sort of a machine. This is the introductions to this game's fishing, or sand fishing as it's called. While I was collecting scrap, I found my very first data disk, and with that I had another mission unlocked. I rushed back into town and visited the research center for the first time, where I got acquainted with Director Chi. He told me to collect more data disks in order to unlock more machines for my workshop. This system is basically the same as it was in Portia, and I'm glad they kept this in. As I was returning to my house, I saw that I had mail, and to some letters you can even reply. Small details like that is something that I really appreciate. After that I crafted my first furnace and placed it next to the recycler. I went to the Commerce Guild, where I accepted my first building commission. This is going to be my main source of income for a very long time. Every day I can accept commissions from various people in the town, and upon completing these, not only do I get money, but also friendship points for whoever said commission was. For now I can only accept one per day, but that'll change as soon as I gain more workshop reputation. I crafted the required items for Elsie, and with that order completed, got over 250 gold. Not too bad. I met more of the people while I was in town, like Justice, head of the Civil Corps, Heidi, who works at the construction junction where I can upgrade my house in the future, which I am very excited for, and lastly Cooper, who is Elsie's father and so far my least favorite character. I waited until it was 6 PM since there was a fireside meeting in town. These gatherings are every Sunday or whenever there's a bigger event happening. There wasn't really too much going on at the meeting, just an official welcome for Mian and me to Sandrock. And while I am busy at the meeting, I just want to mention quickly, I recorded all of this footage way back in November in 2023 when the game released. But I never ended up publishing this video as I was very unhappy with the voiceover and the overall quality of it. Why am I telling you all of this? Well, for one, the game has been updated quite a few times since I played last time. In fact, the developers are already working on a new game, I'm pretty sure. They added a bunch of new stuff and smaller DLCs that are not present in this version, obviously. Because I had to redo the audio, that also meant that I had to compress the video again for like the third time, so the quality isn't great. Nevertheless, I still wanted to publish this after all, since I spent so many hours working on this, and actually I had one single person ask for a video on my time at Sandrock. Now that that's out of the way, let's continue with the video. The next day, Burgess stopped by in the morning, who gave me some water as a welcome gift, and told me that a lot of the water in Sandrock gets imported from other cities. That's why it's very expensive to buy. But I can also collect dew from various plants and craft my own water with that. Sounds kinda weird, I know, but that's how it works. I haven't mentioned this yet, but I have a water tank next to my house, which I need to check from time to time since my machines won't run if it's empty. I thought that the system was a bit irritating at first, since, again, water isn't cheap to buy, but money isn't really much of an issue in this game, so I didn't struggle with that as much as I thought I would. I started to work on the crane lift that day and was only missing a few more items. So I headed out and started collecting. By doing so, I reached level 5 and got access to my first 2 knowledge points. There are 4 different knowledge categories: gathering, combat, workshop, and social. I had a quick look at the skill tree and put my points into more stamina and getting extra experience from mining, even though I haven't even been to a mine yet. Then I made a weapon at the work table, which was a spear for some reason. Not really sure what I was thinking. I'm not a spear enjoyer. Well, in any case, I can defend myself now. Back at the Commerce Guild, I accepted another commission and then headed to the saloon where I had a very nice chat with Owen. He told me about the church, Civil Corps, Sandstorm, but what interested me the most was this Logan. He is the guy on the wanted posters all around town, and apparently he used to live in Sandrock some time ago. After a very long talk with Owen, I got to meet Amira. She is Arvio's sister and owns the ceramic gate. I dropped off the commissioned items and she gave me a ceramic bottle as a welcome gift. I also got my first knowledge point in the social category. I'm not gonna mention these too often anymore, since in the early game you get them pretty frequently and I don't want to sound too repetitive. While I was gathering materials, I decided to test out my new weapon, and surprise, it sucks! Yeah, I'm gonna change out the spear with a different weapon as soon as I can. I decided to stop by the research center since I wanted to get some diagrams for new machines. I had 4 discs available at the moment, so my only options were either a grinder or a processor. So I started on the processor. While I was heading back to my workshop, I met the cutest owl, Coco. Look at her, she's adorable. I also noticed that you can recover energy by sitting on any bench. Very slowly, but better than nothing. My last stop for the day was the Yakmel farm, where I had a look at all of the animals that were available to me. Excuse me, what is that demon? Anyways, I said goodnight to Coco and then went to bed. Morning of day number 4, I checked my mail and already got the diagram for the processor. After collecting more scrap, I got to meet Pebbles, who is Rocky's son, Fang, the local doctor, and his adorable sidekick, Mr. X. Yes, I know it's just X, but Mr. X sounds better. Ryan, who's the local carpenter, Macchiato and Captain, 2 very cursed looking cats. After meeting a few more townies, I stopped by Heidi's construction junction and I was very overwhelmed with the menu. Yeah, I'll come back to that another time. I headed to the Commerce Guild to collect my daily commission and had a look at the workshop rankings. 69 reputation points, nice. So you gain workshop reputation by doing commissions. The higher your reputation, the more commissions you can do. I'm not exactly sure how Yan is on the number 1 spot already. I've never seen this guy do anything ever since I came here, but okay. In the early game the commissions are very easy, but they'll wrap up in difficulty real fast. Back at the workshop I made the processor and then finished the commission for Elsie. After dropping off the materials, I met Grace, who works at the Blue Moon Saloon, and explored around town a bit more. On day 5 I got another diagram from G in the mail. I collected all of the finished items from the machines and now I had almost everything ready for the crane lift. I did my morning routine of gathering materials and then went to the Commerce Guild where I bought the wooden storage recipe. We're gonna need a lot of storage boxes in the future, trust me. As per usual, I collected my daily commission and I'm not gonna show these too often anymore. Same with the knowledge points, I don't want to sound too repetitive. So just assume that I do these every single day, because I do. Back at the workshop I finished the crane lift and then went right away to the scrapyard to install it. With the lift finally working, we get access to the abandoned ruins. The mine system is almost identical to the one in Portia, but if you're not familiar, then let me explain. There's different types of ruins throughout the map. Each provides different materials, relics, and ores to collect, and you have to pay a weekly fee in order to access them. Also, you have a jetpack, which is hilarious. I mined as much as possible until I ran out of stamina. Then I walked around town and talked with pretty much anyone that I saw.
You know, I was just thinking how it's so hard being so strong and handsome.
Genuinely don't understand how people simp over this guy. At this point I had a good chunk of money saved up, so I decided to expand my yard for the first time. I sat down by the bench in front of the scrapyard and admired the beautiful view over Sandrock. The next day I got a letter from my best friend Nia. I replied that I also miss her a lot and how she's doing back in Highwind. Owen also sent a letter with a diagram for a sandfish trap attached to it, so I crafted one and tested it out. I was able to catch at least 2 fish for the quest and already had another 2 from Elsie, so that's good enough for now. I gave 3 of the fish to Owen and then headed into the ruins again, where I'll be spending most of my time in the next few days. As I was mining, I found my first relic piece. I showed it to Katori, who gave me the other piece so I can put them back together at the restoration machine. Once I have a full piece, I can display it in the museum, which in return will get me workshop reputation and friendship points with Katori. Also, can we talk about how great the music is in this game? While heading back, I found another treasure chest with stone daggers inside. Now this is more my style. I'm glad I found these now, so I don't have to waste any materials by crafting my own. I bought some wood from Berta's shop and then made another storage chest for my yard. And 5 minutes later I had to run back to his shop because I was out of water for my water tank. I chased around some tumbleweed and finally headed to bed.
We do recommend staying indoors until the sandstorm subsides. But in case you must go outside, the church has this free set of sand gear for you. Isn't it nice? These will help you move around in the sandstorm. But they sure as light won't help you much against the ravenous beasts.
Well, we officially have our first sandstorm. As Ben mentioned, during a sandstorm, certain elite animals will appear on the map that are a lot higher level than regular mobs. They're difficult to fight, but they also drop really good loot. As I was collecting scrap, I noticed Penn fighting a wild yak mill with his bare hands. I wanted to help him out, but he basically one-shotted that poor fella. I went into town to get my daily commission, and another nice detail about this game, during a sandstorm all of the villagers have either masks or custom sand hats on. Well, everyone except for Penn. Since it was a Sunday, I decided to visit the church. Definitely a good time to talk with everyone and get some easy friendship points. Not that I did that, because I had my fair share of socializing in the past couple of days. I was feeling confident enough to take on a few yak mills and even managed to defeat an alpha one. I'm also really starting to enjoy the dual daggers. Not a whole lot of damage, but definitely more accurate than the spear. Back at my workshop, I noticed that some of the machines had a lot of sand on them, so I headed to the Commerce Guild and bought the recipe for a feather duster. However, I needed, well, feathers to craft one, which drops from those goofy looking chickens. But I didn't have any energy left, so unfortunately it'll have to wait. I thought maybe ordering some food at the saloon would restore my stamina, and it did, but very little. I had a quick look at the rooms that were located upstairs in the saloon, and oh my god, I adore these paintings. The smiling Mona Lisa, Van Gogh sunflower, and a cat in a fish costume. I'm more of a bird person, but this is adorable. Morning of day 8, Mian was outside my house and informed me about the damage that the sandstorm inflicted. The stage next to the Blue Moon collapsed, so we headed right over there and got commissioned by Matilda to rebuild it. I even got to choose which part I wanted to take care of. I decided for the stage backdrop, but ultimately I don't think it matters which one you pick. I had to salvage the old stage in order to progress the mission, but my pickhammer wasn't strong enough. Owen told me that the sign above the saloon got swept away as well, and of course I told him I'd go and find it for him. I had to fight some rocket roosters in order to pick up the sign, which I didn't mind at all since I needed their feathers. While fighting the roosters, I got a knowledge point in the combat category, and now I can do a 4-hit combo with the daggers. Pretty sweet. Finally, I was able to make a feather duster for my machines, and then headed back to the saloon to install the missing sign. As I was running around town, I met Mr. X, who told me to stop by Fank's clinic for free goodies. I'll be checking that out later. For now, I went to get my daily commissions, where I ran into Mian and Elsie. Elsie told Mian that she's a workaholic and she should take the day off to go and do something else. I was asked if I wanted to join them as well, and I thought it was a nice idea until Elsie said this.
Huh? Games? But that's kid stuff. Cool, mature adult tap folk like us spend our leisure time running free on the wild frontier and...
Okay, dude. Before we headed to the game center, I still accepted a commission because I desperately needed more money. I played a round of whack-a-mole with Mian, and not gonna lie, this game slaps. Get it? I'll see myself out. After we finished, we checked on Elsie, who was inside playing on one of the machines.
Mian, how come you never told me how great games are? My heart's pounding, my mind is racing, I've never felt so alive,
Me playing Baldur's Gate for the first time? We decided to eat some food at the saloon, where Elsie suddenly decided to pull a prank on us. So, Mian and I are kids for liking games, but pranks are not childish? Okay, Elsie. I headed back to the scrapyard to collect my daily scrap, but my pass expired that day and I couldn't really spare the money at the moment, so I asked Venti if she could bring me in for free later. Venti works at the scrapyard, and yeah, that's pretty much all I know about her. Like I said, some characters are more important than others. No offense, Venti. While I was waiting for time to pass, I took a glimpse over at the crafting recipe for the bronze pickhammer. I had almost everything that I needed, but I was missing one item that I wasn't really too sure how to get. I'm pretty certain I googled this because I was just standing around for 5 minutes, doing nothing. And apparently, Hugo, the local blacksmith, has just what I needed. After selling a few items from my inventory, I was able to buy the sharpening stone. I'm always gonna try to progress main missions as fast as I can to keep it interesting, since a lot of the times during these, you have to wait a few days for either diagrams or certain events to appear. And since we're on the subject right now, throughout the entire video you will almost always see the current mission that I'm doing on the right side of the screen. Main missions are yellow, side quests are blue, and any type of commission is green. I crafted the bronze pickhammer, then salvaged the old stage by the saloon, and also started to work on the stage backdrop. I waited at my favorite spot until it was 1 hour before midnight and then met Venti at the scrapyard. After collecting everything there, I headed home and went to bed. Next day I talked with Vivi and she asked if I could make some salted fish for Mort. Still not a huge fan of sand fishing, but I'll try my best. At the assembly station I made my very first grinder. The grinder will allow me to craft new recipes, which I'm going to need for the stage. Before I headed into the mines, I did actually manage to catch up 2 fish for Vivi's request, so I put both of those onto the drying rack to make some salted fish. That sounds very disgusting by the way, but if Mort likes it, then I'm happy to help. Since I had a bit more money available again, I paid the weekly fee for the scrapyard, collected all of the junk that was there, and then did some mining down at the ruins. After gathering as much copper and tin ore as possible, I went back to the workshop and started to smelt everything. While I was waiting for my machines to finish, I ran into Elsie and she asked if I wanted to go riding with her, and of course I said yes. Cooper wasn't exactly thrilled to lend me a mount for free, but thankfully Elsie managed to convince him. And I had the option between a camel and a horse. The camel is a bit slower than the horse, but look at him, he has a little flower on his head. That's adorable. I thought I only had the mount for this little side quest with Elsie, but I was actually allowed to ride the camel for a whole week. After riding around the ranch with Elsie, she told me that in the future I can build my own stable and buy different types of mounts from her dad, which I am very much looking forward to. I made my way over to the graveyard to deliver the salted fish to Mort. He was very grateful for the food and then asked me if I wanted to have a cup of tea with him. Now I do love myself some good tea. After a nice chat with Mort, I went to the research center and commissioned a diagram for a dew collector. Then headed back to my workshop and I was pleased with the progress on the stage design. I was only missing a few pieces of glass and speakers. Not too bad. On day 10 I received 2 letters in my mailbox. One from Vivi, thanking me for the fish I brought to Mort, and one from G, who already finished the research on the dew collector. I'm excited to try out the dew collector since I wanted to know how efficient it actually is. Right now I only have like 4 machines at my workshop, so the water consumption isn't too bad. But I have a feeling that's gonna change really fast. I made my way into town to collect my daily commission and also accepted a request from Arvio, who wants me to install a sunshade near the oasis. Penn asked me to put up some wanted posters of Logan, since most of the posters got swept away during the latest sandstorm. This was easy enough, so I tended to that right away. As I was checking around for some potential poster spots, I remembered I had this mission to check out Dr. Fang's free samples. So I headed over to the clinic.
Free? I always believe there's no such thing as a free lunch.
What does this medicine actually do?
My aching back! I'm good, Doc. I'm good.
Yeah, it's healed.
Surely a bird would never mislead us.
Impossible. Animals are pure of heart.
I'll take 20.
I'll take 20.
I mean, seems legit. I tried one of the 3 samples, and now I'm a smurf. Just what I wanted. After putting up the rest of the posters, I had a quick chat with Mian, who asked if I wanted to fix up some of the broken things around town. I didn't have enough materials for that yet, so I'll come back to that later. For now I started on the diagram for Arvio's sunshade. I was missing some basic leather to finish the commission, and you need salt in order to craft said leather, so I headed to the saloon to buy the salt and... Excuse me, why is that so damn expensive? I finished the sunshade and also the stage backdrop, headed back into town and installed both of them. I informed Matilda about the finished stage, and she told me that Mason's farewell party will be held the following day. Wait, Mason is still here? Later that day I made a bronze axe and then stopped by the research center to commission a civil recycler diagram from Chi. Day number 11 started with the farewell party for Mason. After that I had a chat with Owen, who told me that Grace had a little accident in the kitchen last night, which is a nice way of saying that she blew up the oven. She insisted on paying the bill, but Owen wanted me to convince her otherwise, since apparently the bill is pretty hefty and he wants to pay it instead of her. You sweet innocent man. I headed over to the kitchen and we had a talk with Grace. I wasn't too happy about lying to her, but Owen assured me before that it was no problem for him to cover the bill for the new kitchen. If you don't know, Owen has a lot of money for some reason. I don't know how he has so much money considering there's barely any tourists around town, but I'm not gonna question that any further. After talking for a little bit, Grace noticed that Owen put me up to all of this, but she was kinda sweet about it, and told Owen that she appreciates his concerns and is proud to call him his friend, but ultimately it was her mistake and she alone has to pay for it. After this incredibly wholesome cutscene, I checked my mailbox and got a letter from a secret guy who thinks I'm cool. I've been here for 11 days and I already have a stalker. Great. I replied by thanking him for the compliments and to leave his name next time he sends a letter, otherwise I'm gonna have to inform the police. I collected my daily materials from the scrapyard and then headed into the ruins to do some more mining. Then visited the museum and crafted my very first relic piece. Well, technically it's my second one, but with the first one Katori helped me out. I wanted to craft a dew collector, but I needed marble bricks for that, and I haven't figured out where to get marble. With the remaining energy I had left, I gathered more materials and also beat up a few Yakmel. Not gonna lie, I still don't have a consistent way of regaining stamina points. Most food items recover health, and the few items that do recover stamina are either not worth crafting because it's so little energy you get back, or they're way too expensive. So if you have any tips on that, then please let me know in the comments down below. The next morning, Mian was standing in front of my house and asked if I was ready to repair some structures around town. I had everything ready, so I told her I was good to go. First stop was the train station where we fixed up the damaged holes in the ground, and now it looks a lot safer in here. Second stop was the Broken Friends over at the Oasis, and lastly we installed 2 benches at the main plaza. After that, RVU asked me to deliver some jerky to Dr. Fang, and while I was doing that, I had another free medicine sample. I'm gonna be doing these every Wednesday and Friday from now on, since each sample that I try has a chance to unlock new medicine over at Fang's store in the clinic. As I was making my way down into the ruins, I ran into Director Chi, who appeared to be lost in the mines. And apparently now I am lost as well for some reason. I gathered some materials that were laying around to build a ladder. After emerging from the ruins, the director told me that he was looking for an equatorial mount, but didn't have any luck with finding the set relic pieces. I told him that I would be happy to help him with this mission, so I headed back into the mines and began my search. I did actually manage to find 2 of the 3 pieces that I needed, but as always, I didn't have any energy left, so I'll have to look for the last one another time. Back at my house, I made another storage box, and that wraps up day number 12. The following day, Amira asked me if I was willing to deliver some clay to her workshop twice a week. I agreed to the deal since I already had a whole lot of clay and it's also very easy to get. I checked my mailbox like I do every day and I had a letter from a so-called Killer E, who apparently stole my builder license. Pretty sure this letter is not meant for me, as I was just in my house like a minute ago and the license was still there. I headed over to the Yakmel Ranch where Cooper asked me if I could repair his broken fence gate. Then had a chat with Mian, who informed me that it was her builder license that got stolen and not mine. While Mian reported this incident to the Civil Corps, I headed around town and asked if people maybe saw something suspicious this morning. Cooper was kinda weird about it when I asked him, but I doubt that he was behind it. As much as I don't like him, he certainly doesn't seem like a petty thief. So I guess we have to wait for the Civil Corps to take action. After dropping off my daily commissions, I noticed there was a new wanted poster next to the one from Logan. I'm very curious to see when we're gonna meet these guys. I went into the ruins once again and found the last piece for the equatorial mount, headed to the museum to restore the relic and then gave it to the director. He thanked me for my efforts and also told me that he would be most interested in a telescope which might be located at the Gecko Station ruins. But I don't have access to these yet, so that's something for the future. Upon waking up on day 14, I had a cutscene that showed Logan and a guy named Haru robbing a train and then just casually jumping out of the window. I checked my morning mail where I got another letter from Nia and the civil recycler recipe from Chi. Then I saw Justice with a whole bunch of folks next to the train station. He asked them if anyone got robbed or injured while they were on the train, but nobody saw anything, which is very strange. Yan was also around and asked me to repair the broken window on the train. Feel free to also do some work, Yan. What a lazy guy. Well, I already had the materials on me, so might as well do it. Since the director already had finished the latest research, I commissioned another diagram from him. As I was heading back to my workshop, I met Elsie at my house, who told me that she was the one who stole Mian's builder license, and her dad gave the letter to me instead of Mian. You're making it really hard for me to like you, Elsie. She also mentioned that she lost the license while riding around the farm. Of course, she did. So I helped her recover it and then went straight to Mian to deliver it back to her. Elsie also came with me and apologized, and of course, Mian, being the nicest person in town, said that she wasn't mad. But next time just ask to hang out instead of stealing things. I spent the rest of my day down in the ruins and also collected any scrap, wood and plants around my house. On day 15 we got another cutscene in the morning. Some weird lizard people were attacking birches at the oasis. Very interesting. Yan wrote me a letter informing me that my workshop reached a 2-star rating, which means that from now on I can accept 2 commissions at once per day. This was really exciting. Like I mentioned earlier, the Commerce Guild commissions are basically my main source of income, but that also means that people are gonna ask for higher quality and more complex items from now on. I had a chat with Burgess, who told me that those lizard people from earlier are called the Gigglers. Not really sure how to feel about that name. I helped him clean up the oasis, then did my weekly delivery to Amira and stopped by the Yakmill ranch. I saw Maple talk to this reporter called Ernest, who was actually on the train that got hijacked yesterday. He was very interested in Logan and asked if I was willing to answer some questions. I never saw Logan with my own eyes, but sure, why not? I couldn't really give Ernest too much insight, but after the interview he told me that he comes from a place called Atara, and thinks that his editor would be really interested if he would write about the bandits, so he's probably gonna stick around for a little while. As I was running behind my workshop to collect materials, I finally figured out where to get marble stones, and with that was able to craft the dew collector. I'm building more and more machines, and that of course in return consumes my water, so I'm hoping that the dew collector will save me a little bit of money in the long run. And while we're at it, I also put another knowledge point into the water conservation, which will increase the efficiency of the dew collector by a whopping 50%. Can people please stop coming onto my property every single morning? I have nothing against you, Matilda, but it's way too early to socialize. The minister told me to check out the moisture farm, which is located north of town. That's it? You couldn't have sent a letter for that? Well, okay then. Before doing that, I dropped off another batch of clay at Amira's place, and she let me know that I no longer need to collect clay for her since she felt kinda bad for it. I was making my way to the moisture farm, and upon arrival I saw that the building was under attack by the Gigglers. I took care of the lizard people and then got this cutscene. Not gonna lie, that was kinda badass. This is where we get to meet Zeke for the first time, who's the owner of the moisture farm. The attack left some damage around the building, and the worst part is that the hydrogel is broken. Without this machine, the crops won't survive, which is obviously a big problem for everyone, so I offered to fix it as soon as possible. I salvaged the broken hydrogel, then went to the research center and commissioned a diagram for a new one. The director informed me about a certain material that I need for that, and I can acquire it at a place called the Breach, wherever that is. I had to ask Justice about the place where I needed to go, and he was walking behind a mountain? Are you alright there, buddy? He was reluctant to let me in first since the Breach isn't exactly a safe place, but I didn't really have any other options, so I was allowed to explore it. Before I did that, I went to Hugo's shop and bought myself a new pair of bronze daggers. With my new weapons, I headed into the Breach for the first time. It's recommended to be around level 10 to 12, I'm level 17, so I think I'll be fine. Similar to Portia, Sandrock has these combat dungeons throughout the map where you have to fight different types of enemies, and at the end of every level, you get to fight a mini-boss. As mentioned earlier, there are certain types of materials and objects you can only get in those places, and you can also replay these areas as often as you like. I fought my way through the level, and then had another encounter with the Gigglers. I took care of the 3 clowns, checked around for some treasures, and then closed this hole off in the wall. That's probably where the lizard man came in. I reported this back to Justice, and he said,
"You don't have to make this action hero stuff up to try to make us think you're cool. I already think you're cool."
"Thanks, Justice. Appreciate it." Day 17, I checked my daily mail and got a letter from Justice, who told me that after exploring the breach himself, he was surprised that I was telling the truth after all. He thanked me for fixing the hole in the wall and also mentioned that the breach will stay open from now on. I started to work on the hydrogel pieces and then noticed that sadly I don't have my camel companion anymore. Guess I'll have to walk again. I made my way to the Commerce Guild store since I needed some crafting recipes for the hydrogel, then took another free medicine sample from Fang. I'm sure I'm fine. Since I was waiting for my machines to finish, I decided to check out the ruins again. I'm not gonna show too much of these, since the areas all look very similar and, well, I don't think it's very interesting to watch. I headed back into town after 6 PM since there was a fireside meeting. It was about the broken hydrogel and the overall food situation. Owen came up with a great idea, but instead of me trying to explain everything, I'm just gonna show you the cutscene.
Right. So we'll use my stage for us to do a dance-off, where you need to donate some food to enter. And I have prizes.
What Owen meant was since there are some of us who are more fortunate than others when it comes to food security, it is our responsibility to make sure society as a whole perseveres through this difficult trial. Owen has volunteered his stage and time to organize a food drive in the form of a dance-off contest. Anyone can enter by donating some food. The church will help distribute the food to the people that need it.
After the meeting, I headed back home and went to bed. The next morning was for once actually very relaxing. I finished the hydrogel door, sorted my inventory and storage boxes, and then started to work on the last diagram, which was for the core. Then had a chat with Burgess, who told me when the dance contest will be held and where to donate food if I wanted to. I donated some eggs, mushrooms, dragon fruits, and a cactus? The more the merrier, I suppose. While collecting scrap around my house, I ran into Elsie.
Hey, you ain't doing nothing, are ya? Come on, help me track down it.
I'm a bit scared. Are we tracking down Pennywise? I gathered the worms and eggs for the quest, and she told me to meet her tomorrow so we can capture it. Okay, well, I'll be there. I took a trip into the hazardous ruins that day to level my combat skill. Then I wanted to upgrade my work table, but I was missing the diagram for that. Before going to sleep, I finished the hydrogel core. Now I only need to install it back at the moisture farm, but I couldn't be bothered to run all the way back there right now. The next day was a Friday, so as per usual, I stopped by the clinic to get the free medicine from Fang, then went to Zeke and repaired the hydrogel. I spent a good portion of my day in the mines to collect relics and ore, then donated a few new artifacts to the museum. And finally I met Elsie after sundown, where this happens. That was the monster you were talking about? Pretty sure that's a meerkat.
Oh, gosh, no. I went and hurt the little bugger. All I ever wanted was to have a little fun.
I already had the medicine in my inventory, so we tracked him down again and we patched him up. Day number 20, I checked my mailbox in the morning and got a letter from Zeke, who gave me a diagram for a planting toolbox, which I'm gonna need for farming. A thank you letter from City Hall for my generous food donation. I don't know how you managed to put 10 liters of water into my mailbox, but thank you very much. And also the silver furnace diagram from the director. I crafted the planting toolbox, headed back to the farm, where Zeke gave me a brief tutorial on how desert planting works. I'm very excited to get started on that. Back in town, I got acquainted with the mysterious man. He's a character that was also in Portia and sells rare goods and crafting recipes. He only visits on the 20th and 21st every season, though weirdly enough he even has a house in Sandrock, but you can never actually enter it. For now he doesn't have anything interesting for me, and also his items are incredibly expensive. Since I got the diagram for the civil furnace today, I checked into the research center to get started on one for my work table, where I got this cutscene.
You're here for the interview too? Run away while you still can! He's crazy! Crazy, I tell ya!
Assistant, come here and analyze this data. There appears to be a miscalculation on page 117. You've left a recursive digit. I would suggest you repeat these calculations. Assistant, hand me the data from last night. It appears that my assistant has somehow changed into the builder. Interesting.
I love this guy so much, hands down one of my favorite characters. Long story short, he needs an assistant, and I agreed to help him because why not? The next day I commissioned an upgrade for my work table and then planted my first 2 sunrise seeds. I don't remember much on how farming was in Portia, only that it wasn't really worth the effort, so I'm curious to see how it is in Sandrock. After that I headed back into town where the dance-off was about to start. I was excited about this, since this is our first town festival. Most of the events have unique minigames where you can win so-called festival badges. You can exchange them at the festival store for outfits and furniture pieces. After destroying the townies in the dance competition, I bought 2 new furniture pieces and also this very adorable headband. Now this is fashion. I placed the new pieces in my house and with that increased my health points just a little bit. Don't think I mentioned this before, but a lot of furniture pieces actually increase your attributes. Most of them are health points, but there's also some for attack, defense, luck, and even stamina. It's a pretty neat mechanic. On day 21, I headed straight to the research center where I had my first day as an assistant. Or more like as a cleaner, since that was my task. Hey, as long as I'm getting paid, I'm not complaining. Then B stopped by later and said that she needed help at the church. I couldn't really bother to help out at the church right now, and also, why does it always have to be me? You know, Mian is also a builder, right? And she lives right next door. So I told her to leave and continued to help out the director. I finished the report and with that completed my first day as an unofficial assistant. After that I did some commissions as per usual, and for the rest of the day I hung out at the festival stage, chatted with some people and earned a few more badges. I bought a table and a boombox from the store and headed back home. My house is looking a bit cramped now, but I'll fix it at some point. Not much happened on day 22. First half of the day was just me running around town, talking to everyone I came across, and then gathered wood and scrap that was laying around my house. I went once again to the director to get started on a diagram for a refiner. I can only get 1 diagram at a time, and it will always take a few days until it's researched, unless I use more data disks to speed up the process. But since I don't have a lot of these at the moment, I'd rather wait. Also, I'm not gonna mention every single machine in the game, since some of them I actually never use myself, so I hope that's cool with everyone. I waited until it was 6 PM because there was once again another fireside meeting. The short of it is, the lizard people did some damage to the canyon bridge, and now the structure is so unstable that the train cannot cross anymore, which means that we don't get any external water supplies. Yikes. The Civil Corps was tasked to come up with a plan to deal with the gigglers. Still not a huge fan of that name. Before going to bed, I upgraded one of my furnaces to a silver furnace, which unlocks a few more recipes and also has a bit more fuel capacity. Morning of day 23, I made another chest, put my machines to work, and then headed to the Civil Corps office. Mian and I were commissioned to build 1 tram cart each, but first we have to wait for the diagrams to arrive. That's pretty much how most main missions work. Go there, talk to this person, then wait for diagrams. Or wait for tomorrow. Most of my day was spent gathering materials and also doing some more progress down in the ruins. After I ran out of stamina, I relaxed at my favorite spot and took in the beautiful view across town. Next day I got a letter from Heidi with the diagrams for the tram card. She told me that I needed to upgrade my work table for some of the recipes, but luckily I already did that a few days ago. I started to work on the tram right away, but I was missing some recipes, so I headed to the Commerce Guild store, and while I was strolling around, I noticed there was new decorations around town. Cactus type, jack-o'-lanterns? I'm intrigued. I made a few more storage chests since I was once again running short on inventory space. For now they're kinda just right next to my entrance of my yard. It's not very pretty, but I can focus on beauty building later. I almost forgot it was a Wednesday, so I headed to Fang's clinic to get my free dose of medicine. Never thought I would say anything like that, but here we are. After a trip into the ruins, I donated 1 more relic to the museum and with that received a free table as a reward. If I knew that, I wouldn't have bought one from the festival store. Oh well. Day 25, I made my way into town and I couldn't help but notice there's even more decorations now. Are we really about to celebrate Halloween in the middle of summer? because I love that. After doing my commissions for the day, I stopped by the hair salon to meet Pablo. Now I can access the salon and change my hair and makeup. Didn't really feel like changing anything at the moment, but maybe I'll come back later. Finally, I had all of the materials to finish the tram card, so I rushed back into town and installed it at the designated spot. Justice told me to be prepared in case anything goes wrong. It's recommended to be at least level 13, I'm level 21, so I felt pretty confident. But never mind that, out of nowhere the cable snapped and we fell into our doom. I don't know how anyone could possibly survive a fall like that. You know what? I'm not gonna question it. Justice and I made our way through Gecko Station. Another little detail that I just want to point out, in certain main missions or areas you cannot run out of stamina, and also the time is paused. There was a suspicious amount of pistol bullets laying around. Am I really about to get a gun? I sure am! We progressed through the area and I actually found a bronze greatsword in one of the treasure chests. It has pretty decent damage, but is also very slow, so I'm gonna stick with the daggers for now. There isn't really much to show about this section. We had to find 2 keycards, beat up some gigglers, until we came across a very suspicious open room. It's about time we have our first boss battle, and it's giving me a Silent Demon flashbacks. Justice was pretty much useless since he only had his gun out for whatever reason, but regardless, the fight was pretty easy.
You fight well, humans, but you are too late. Our plan is already complete. Behold, here! And now to take over Sandrock, and then the world!
Hey, wait!
Sandrock! Prepare to meet your new master!
After that endeavor, we headed to City Hall and reported everything to Matilda. Since I had a bit more money now, I expanded my yard again, rearranged my machines, and also upgraded my first recycler. I gathered any materials from around the scrapyard, and after draining my stamina, I headed in for an early night's sleep. Morning of day 26, I got a letter from Rocky, who informed me that a new type of scrap is laying around the sand and the scrapyard. To prepare for that, I upgraded my second recycler and then went to the Commerce Guild to check up on my progress. Excuse me, how is Yan still on top of the list? Dude never does anything.
My gains have been exceptional lately. Look at my pecs. No, I mean really look at them.
People date this guy? Not a huge fan of Penn, but I accepted his request regardless since, well, I'm a builder and that's kind of like what I do for a living. I headed to the research center to talk to G. I asked him what exactly that he's planning to make for the, and I quote, "humunculus man," but he told me to just trust the science. Guess we'll have to wait and see what he cooks up for him. Back at the workshop, I made myself an iron pickhammer and an iron axe, then had a look around to see if I could find any of the new scrap Rocky was talking about, but I didn't have any luck with that. By the end of the day, I headed into town for another fireside meeting. Matilda briefly described that we need to rebuild the bridge as soon as possible so that we can get our water supply back on track. I donated half of my money towards the bridge repair, but I'm curious to know, if you donate everything until the maximum is reached, what kind of reward would you get? I had nowhere near that kind of money, so I left and went back home. The next day, Heidi stopped by and gave me the diagram to get started on the bridge repairs. I got a whole bunch of letters this morning, one from my friend Nia, the diagram from Chi, and a letter from my ma, and Unsure asked me to come see him at his house. Unsure is the second member of the Civil Corps, and yes, that's his actual name, and I love it. He's one of my favorite characters in the entire game, and for a good reason, but more on that later. I crafted the mirror for Superman, and I guess he's just gonna stand in front of my yard forever now. Have fun, dude. After that I went into town and marveled at the beautiful decorations and the banger music. Today was the Chase of Memories festival. I had a glimpse at the store and I love how there's different decorations for each of the festivals. Cowboy scarecrows, cacto-lantern, and what even is a cat on a cacto-lantern?
I'm taking the day off to paint my walls 3 days from now. Do you want to bring over the paint then so we can paint then? We're going to have a really good time. See you then. Don't forget the paint. That's the most important part of painting.
Couldn't agree more, buddy. I had all of the materials that I needed to make paint, but I was missing the diagram for the blender, so I hope Unsure doesn't mind waiting a bit longer. I donated a bit more money towards the bridge repairs and then waited until 4 for the opening ceremony.
Martel thought to organize a game not unlike hide and seek to finally take advantage of the freedom offered by the vastness of the above. She had people hang lanterns all across the forest around the oasis to tell our ancestors, as well as people traveling the desert, that we're here and we're doing well.
Then it was time for the ghost hunt. Like Matilda mentioned earlier, it's similar to hide and seek, and it strongly reminds me of prop hunt. After a few rounds, I had another glimpse at the festival store and bought some shoes and a hat, which I immediately forgot about and never actually use. After midnight, we lit up some lanterns down by the train station, which was hella cozy. Over at my workshop, I had an even better view. Day 21, I had Burgess at my doorstep who told me that Penn was in trouble. I wonder why that might be the case. I also had a whole lot of side missions pop up on my minimap, so I headed straight into town to see what's going on. First up was the Blue Moon. Grace wanted me to make an insulated backpack to bring fresh food to smaller villages around Sandrock. Next was Justice, who commissioned a deputy cap for an upcoming ceremony. Am I gonna be a Civil Corps member soon? I mean, let's be real, Justice. I basically defeated the Giggler boss on my own, just saying. Then I went to check on Penn.
Yo-ho, Skinny! Fancy seeing you here in this city where we both live. How sick was that front flip?
Not gonna lie, it was a pretty sick flip. Penn wanted me to learn the so-called space punch, but I guess I couldn't really figure it out.
Oh no. That's not it at all.
Also, why is there a tornado in the background? Are we just gonna ignore that? Penn felt pretty down after realizing he failed to teach the space punch to me, but I told him that he doesn't have to worry about anything, I'm gonna keep it a secret. Still don't really like Penn, but this was kinda wholesome, and I appreciate the effort. But like, you don't have to follow me around now. Is this a bug or supposed to happen? Anyways, I made the backpack for Grace, went to the research center to get started on a diagram for the blender. But then I remembered that Burgess told me to go and check up on Penn in the morning, but he's right here. I guess I should have done that before. Surprise, he was trapped inside the mirror. RV also had a request for me. He wanted me to make a billboard for his store. I spent a good portion of my day in the mines, and funny enough, Penn was still with me. I also started to work on the first frame of the bridge.
You appear energetic as usual. What of the homunculus man in his new mirror? He was stuck for days. Fascinating.
After this delightful conversation, I headed back home and I guess we're having a sleepover. Good night then. First day of fall, and thank God Penn finally left. I received a letter that my workshop took the second place last month. I would love to see how many commissions Yan did during summer since he's number 1, but I guess I'll never know. I headed over to Pablo's to pick up Arviu's billboard design, accepted another request for him who wanted me to craft 10 picture frames, had a chat with Grace who asked if I could do some ruin diving for her to recover any audio related relics, talked with Ernest who commissioned a writing desk and a chair, then crafted the billboard for Arvio and installed it down at the train station, and also the 10 picture frames. He said he needed so many because he's trying to market Sandrock as the so-called Desert Rose and sell landscape photography. Hey, whatever works for you, buddy. I gave Justice the deputy head that he commissioned earlier, and he told me that the ceremony will be held tomorrow. After a lot of socializing, I headed into the breach to look for the items for Grace. Sadly, I didn't find any, so I'll have to check again another time. First thing I did on day 30 was to finish the second truss for the bridge repair. I also got the diagram for the blender in my mail. Now I only need to wait for the paint, and then I can continue on Unsure's quest. I gave the finished trusses to Heidi and then headed to the town square for the promotion ceremony.
Now that everyone is here, let the official Silver Corps Deputy Promotion Ceremony begin. Now, I don't mean to tantalize you all. I'm sure you're on the tip of your toes wondering who I've chosen to be my deputy. So without further ado, let's give it up for our next deputy, Captain Cat.
I mean, Captain was definitely more of a help down at the Giggler place than you were, so I'm not complaining. Now he also has a little hat. That's so cute. After the ceremony, I went to Ernest and placed the desk and chair he commissioned yesterday. He invited me to a housewarming party tomorrow and told me to bring one dish. I don't know how it is a housewarming party, considering he's only renting a single room, but okay. After gathering some ore from the mines, I collected the paint from the blender and brought it to Unsure. And guess what? We watched paint dry. Yep. I actually had to look up where to get the items for Grace. Turns out it's the first level of the Hazardous Ruins. I completed that level a while ago, so it wasn't too much of an issue to go through the section again. I dropped off the posters and the radio at the Blue Moon for Grace, and that wraps up the day. Next morning I checked my mail and got a letter from G, who wanted me to explore the Paradise Lost Ruins for a power core. He claims that this device should help Heidi with the bridge repairs, so I'll be checking that out as soon as possible. I also got another mysterious letter praising how I fought with the Gigglers, and instead of captain, I should have been the new deputy. Not gonna argue with that. From a guy who thinks that I'm cool. At this point I'm still absolutely clueless on who it might be, so I replied by saying that he doesn't have to be shy and he can just, talk to me. As I made my way into town, I saw RVO selling landscape photos to some tourists.
Perusing the views of Sandrock, does the beauty of the desert flower make you weak at the knees? Don't worry, take home a photograph, show your friends and relatives the wonders that is the desert rose.
Yeah, let me get a, one of those desert rose ones.
The strangest thing is happening. Everyone is just obsessed with this photo in particular. What could it be? I don't get it.
Avio! What are you doing? What is the meaning of this? You're selling pictures of me?
Huh? No!
I do really like RVO, but man, you could have figured that one out by yourself. Obviously, Amira was furious, so I helped her retrieve all of the photos from those creepy tourists, and RVO promised to be more careful about his business ideas in the future. Later that day, I headed into town again to attempt Ernest's party, but I was the only one who showed up. But hey, at least I got free cake. After the banger party, I went to check out the Paradise Lost Ruins. There's not really too much to show about this. There were lots of enemies, some treasure chests, and I just have to mention again, I really appreciate that the time is paused on most main missions. With that, you can really take your time to explore without worrying that you might pass out. The boss fight was pretty straightforward. Destroy all 3 of the terminals around the arena, then damage the core on the back. Easy peasy, 0 deaths. I was eager to progress the main story, so I brought the power core to Director G right away. The next day I went back into town, but before going to the research center, I had a chat with Justice, who asked if any of my items had gone missing since last night. I wouldn't know, since basically all of my inventory chests are scattered around the yard without a lock on it, but probably no. Apparently Vivi, RVO and Pablo all had items stolen from them. I told Justice that I'd be happy to help out, but before tracking down any thieves, I went to the research center.
Designed a power suit running on the R47 Power Core Ultra. It will greatly enhance the speed at which we can rebuild the bridge. It's a design I came up with at Vega 5, but I never believed we'd actually find the energy output to put it into practice. My inspiration for it comes from something very obscure. Something you two never would have heard of.
Isn't this one of the robots from that old world entertainment show? What was it? Gungans?
Must be a bizarre coincidence.
Definitely a reference to Gundams. In any case, he gave me the diagram for the so-called Gum Gum suit. Once again, I had a whole bunch of quests piling up, so first I decided to tackle the thief problem around town. I had a chat with Vivi, Pablo and RVO, then investigated the spots where they saw each of the stolen items for the last time, that being Vivi's bedroom, RVO's shop, and Pablo's desk. On each spot was a black feather left behind. No way. Mr. X, don't tell me it's you. I reported back to Justice and told him it's probably just a bird. He didn't believe me at first, but then told me to go and check on X anyways. So I rushed over to the clinic, where I had this adorable cutscene.
Come on, over here, here. Hi, birdie. Coco, Coco, Coco. Where are you going, sweetie pie?
Guess Coco isn't that easily impressed. He promised to return the stolen goods if I were able to help him befriend Coco. It's not really how that works, but okay. I went back to my workshop, finished the Gungam design, dropped off the robot for Heidi, and then she told me that the bridge will be ready within 2 days from now on. That's a relief, since the water prices have skyrocketed ever since the bridge collapsed. By the end of the day, I made my first cooking station. You can experiment with cooking yourself, or ask Maple and Owen for recipes. I did manage to come up with a few meals in my own, but I don't really have that many ingredients available at the moment, so I'll come back to that later. The next morning, Justice stopped by to let me know that X returned all of the stolen goods to their rightful owner. Arvio was also at my door and asked if I had time for a picnic with him and Amira. He said that we need a basket and, well, obviously some food. Since I'm a builder and not particularly good when it comes to cooking, neither in Sandrock nor in real life, I agreed to make the picnic basket. After that I checked my daily mail where I got a letter from Chi, who told me to come to the research center ASAP. And also a letter from Fang, who basically demanded me to build a swing for X. I don't remember promising anything like that, but I'll do it either way, buddy, because X deserves a cute swing. I crafted the picnic basket and bird swing, and after doing my commissions for the day, I stopped by the research center.
If you could build me an express tea maker that can extract octuple energy tea, all my woes would be solved. I've got the diagrams ready for you in advance. Thank you. When will it be ready? It is imperative that it is completed as soon as possible.
I am definitely a tea enjoyer myself, but this is the emergency you were talking about? The tea maker will have to wait for now, since I was eager to install the swing for X.
Shiny! Shiny! But birdie!
Coincidentally, it was a Friday as well, so I got my free dose of medicine. I headed to the ceramic gate where I met with Amira and Arvio. We had everything prepared for the picnic, but Amira said that she had a very important order that cannot wait. After a bit of back and forth, Amira agreed to let us help with her work. I never actually did pottery myself, but I heard it's very hard, so I'm impressed by how good these look. With the order completed, Arvio told me to meet them by the oasis tomorrow morning. Also, can we all just agree that Nemo is the cutest thing ever? Look at the little man chilling in the background. You silly looking guy. Later that day I had a chat with Miguel, who commissioned a new mural for the temple. He said I need to talk to either Pablo or Amira for the actual painting, so why are you talking to me? I haven't really spoken about Miguel, simply because I don't really have much to say about him. He's the pastor and kinda creeps me out. Funny enough, in the menu, it says that you can actually romance this guy. I mean, to each their own, I guess. I asked Pablo if he would be up for the task to paint the mural for the church, but he said the church is not hip enough to display his art. Sure, buddy. So I asked Amira instead, and she agreed to the task. Back at my base, I had a glimpse over at the Express Tea Maker diagram, but this recipe will have to wait for quite a while since I need plastic and an upgraded assembly station. I had some money saved up at this point, so I decided to expand my yard once more and rearranged my machines. The next morning I woke up to another sandstorm, which means we probably have to wait with the picnic. I accidentally sold my normal sand hat, so I have to wear this ugly mask until I remember to get a new one, in case you're wondering why I'm wearing this horrendous thing on my head. I got a letter from Amira, who already finished the mural for the church, and also I upgraded my workshop to a 3-star rating, which means from now on I can do 3-star commissions. As I was making my way to the Commerce Guild, I came across Vivi, who informed me about a new request board. It's basically the same as regular commissions, but the items on the request board are usually cooked dishes or crops. I already finished the frame for the church mural yesterday, so I dropped it off for Miguel and it looks stunning. Amira really is a great artist. Today was Arvio's birthday, and I wanted to gift him this frog toy that I bought from the saloon. I read on the wiki that this is one of his loved items, but for some reason it wouldn't let me give it to him. So instead, I just gave him some food that I've been carrying in my bag for weeks now. Yeah, indeed, it's the thought that matters. I actually didn't do that much today. I was level 25 by now, so I felt confident enough to try the last level of the Hazarded Ruins. After that I collected some wood around the scrapyard, beat up some bomb ants and yak mills, and all of a sudden I had a boss bar appear on my screen. Excuse me, in range dive buzzard? What does that even mean? Yeah, I'm good. I'm out of here. Day 35, I headed over to the newly built Shonash Bridge and installed the 2 trusses. With that mission finally being completed, I got a new top and now we're looking real cute. I had a very cozy picnic with Amira and Arvio, decided to change my hair color to a very basic brown that day. The purple didn't really suit me and this is much better. I went to the construction junction since Heidi told me the other day that there was new items available. I wanted to upgrade my assembly station, but I was missing a few materials. I also saw that you can change the fence design, so I swapped out the old version for a much nicer wooden one. For the rest of the day I collected scrap, wood and stone until I ran out of stamina and then relaxed by my favorite spot.
So there I was, outnumbered, 1,000,000-1. Whoa, did you just see that?
He's really close to the tracks.
Yeah, no kidding. We should probably...
Train's coming.
This is Mint. He is the inspector from Vega 5, here to take a look at our new bridge, and also a returning face from Portia. Justice asked if it was okay for me to accompany Mint on his way over to City Hall, and since I needed to go there anyways, it was no problem.
Speaking of inspection, Sleepyhead, did you bring your inspection equipment?
I didn't.
I knew it. Never change, Mint.
What do you mean you forgot your equipment? How are some of these people even employed? Back at my house, I checked my mail and I got a letter from a secret guy who thinks I'm cool but also kind of likes me. But if I don't like him back, that's okay, but maybe say hi if I do. What? Yeah, still completely clueless on who this is. Anyways, thanks for the seashell, I guess. After doing my daily commissions, I headed once again to the construction junction to finally build my very own stable. It's about time I get my first mount. I also changed the style of my house a little bit, now it doesn't look that depressing anymore. I had a quick look at Copper's store over at the ranch, but decided to wait a little longer on buying anything. See, the mounts in the store reset every Monday, and there's 3 different types that you can buy. The yak male, which have the best endurance stats, but are also the slowest ones. Camels have balanced speed and endurance, and then horses, who are the fastest ones. This is one of the few things that I looked up on the wiki, since all of the mounts are very expensive, and I wanted to be informed as best as possible before buying something that pricey. I was still unsure on which type that I wanted, so I'll come back to that next week. Day 37, I got the diagram for the magneto-inductive device from Chi for Mint's bridge inspection. I put my machines to work and got another knowledge points in the workshop category. I'm mostly focusing the points into getting overall more XP, since I feel like that's the way to go in the early to mid game. I already had all the materials required for the magneto-inductor thingy, so I crafted it right away and brought it to Mint, who gave me this adorable froggy hat. Now I'm only missing the shoes and the pants for the whole set. I got a letter this morning from Rocky, who told me that the Eufaula Salvage Company is now offering contracts for ore and scrap shipments. At first I wasn't really too sure how these work, but from my understanding I pay a yearly fee for the shipments and I can upgrade the contract later on for more high quality goods. I thought it was a good idea to invest in this early on, since I don't always have time to run around and collect ore, so from now on I'll be getting daily deliveries from the scrapyard. Sweet. I sold some of my items to Arvios, relaxed down by the oasis, gave Coco a sandworm, and then did some exploring around the map. The next morning I collected my first ever scrap shipment from the delivery box, got a letter from Matilda who informed me that the bridge passed inspection and that there will be a ceremony tomorrow morning. I also got a new diagram for a forging machine from Chi. I was very excited for this because now I can craft my own weapons. I built the machine at the assembly station and then had a look at the recipes that were available to me. I couldn't afford to make anything new right now, so I headed into town where I saw Rocky, Elsie, Cooper, and Maple with a stray cat. Rocky mentioned that someone from his team found the cat near the scrapyard, but they decided to not keep him since apparently he has, and I quote, behavioral problems. Behavioral? Am I saying that correct? Despite Rocky's warning, Coop, Maple, and Elsie agreed to keep the cat anyways, and they named him Banjo. I stopped by the Blue Moon to give Owen some ingredients he requested a while ago. This is something that I do almost every week, but I'm obviously not going to mention every single side quest that I do, otherwise this video is gonna be 10 hours long. After that I visited the director and commissioned a silver grinder diagram. Did some ruin diving and then more exploring around the map. I found new foliage, rocks, and also a couple of new enemies. I was mainly trying to find plastic for the tea maker, but I didn't have any luck with that. Day 39 started with the ceremony for the newly constructed Canyon Bridge.
Now with that out of the way, I call upon our own Dr. Chi to cut this here ribbon and hereby declare this bridge reopened. Has anyone seen Dr. Chi?
Since the bridge was now finally open, I had access to the Shonash Cliff area. This was really exciting, since this opened up a massive new area on the map. This means new types of mobs, rocks, wood, and scrap, but most importantly, the Gecko Station abandoned ruins are now open for exploring. This is a new type of mining area with higher quality ores, resources, and relics. I spent a few in-game hours in the ruins, then explored more on the Shonash Cliff, where I found my first parts of plastic scrap. Back at my house, I decided it would be a good idea to make a third furnace, since I'm getting more and more different types of materials, and now it's really starting to look like a proper workshop. I wanted to start on the recipe for the express tea maker, but I completely forgot that I need to upgrade my assembly station first, so I'll have to remember that tomorrow. The next day, I woke up to another cutscene. Well, this is kinda awkward. I had no idea that Unsure was the one who was writing the letters to me. We should probably talk about this? Before doing that though, I checked my daily mail where I got a letter from Chi, who wanted me to find parts for a telescope in the newly opened up ruins. And Amira commissioned 2 fragrance satchels for Heidi and Pablo. I was missing the recipe for that, so I headed over to the Commerce Guild, then had a chat with Mian, who asked if I was up for the task to repair this old windmill tower next to the scrapyard. This thing has been an eyesore ever since I came here, so I'm glad to give it a makeover. I visited Unsure at his house, and for whatever reason he really didn't want to admit that he was the one who wrote the letters. But like, dude, I saw you this morning in front of my house, putting the letter in my mailbox. What do you mean it wasn't you? He told me to make a criminal profile based on the stuff that I can find around his house. At first I thought this was kinda weird, but it turned out to be pretty wholesome. After searching around for a bit, I found another secret letter, and I told Unsure that I was cool with the idea of us being friends. I mean, I barely interacted with this guy before, but I take the free friendship points. You also get the option here to jump straight into a relationship with him, but if you couldn't tell, I'm still uncertain on who to date, so I wanted to keep my options open. I will admit though, I understand why people like Unsure so much. This guy is hilarious.
Have you ever noticed how many blades of grass there are? There's like so many. I tried to count them all, but started forgetting which ones I counted already.
I fixed up the old windmill tower with Mian, made the 2 fragrant satchels for Amira, who invited me to a tea party over at the Blue Moon tomorrow. I spent the rest of my day down in the Gecko Station ruins to see if I can find any of the telescope pieces for Chi, but I didn't have any luck with that. Today I headed over to the Yakmill Ranch where I had a chat with Elsie. She told me that her dad wants to get rid of Banjo already since he cannot stop marking his territory. Should have probably listened to Rocky the other day. Coop? She commissioned an animal house for Banjo and I told her that he can stay in my yard until I finish it. After that I went to the construction junction and finally upgraded my assembly station. Then had a very nice conversation with Mort, who asked if I can make him a new photo album for him since he lost his in the latest sandstorm. He told me whenever I find a photo of him I can come back to him and he will tell me a little story about the picture. On my way back to the workshop I ran into Arvio and Mr. X. He said he wants to get to know Dr. Fang better but doesn't know how to do that since Fang always dismisses his requests to hang out. Dude, take a hint. Arvio being Arvio, he came up with another very interesting idea. He wants to trick Fang into thinking that X got kidnapped. Then have me bring Fang over to the designated location and Arvio plays the fake villain that kidnapped X. Seriously? That's your master plan? His heart is definitely in the right place, but there has to be a better way to get Fang to open up more. I thought this was the right option to pick since he would maybe come up with a different plan, but nope. I guess I agreed to the deal now. Best plan ever, I'm sure nothing is gonna go wrong. Anyways, I crafted the animal shelter for Banjo and installed it in front of the town hall. Elsie actually told me that I can adopt animals around town if I have enough relationship points with them. So you're telling me that I can have Coco and Nemo as a pet? Best day ever. I already crafted the express tea maker earlier, so I went to the research center to give it to the director. I commissioned a new diagram from him, collected my daily scrap, made another civil recycler for my workshop, and then went back into town to attempt a tea party at the saloon. And this was really lovely. I had no idea that Pablo, Amira and Heidi were such good friends. They asked if I wanted to join the Fleeting Youth Tea Society, and as mentioned for about 40 times now, I love tea, so of course I accepted. Next morning I had Commissioner Yan outside my house. He told me that I was being promoted and my first task was to build a Yakmel station next to the Gecko ruins. Yakmel stations are fast travel locations around the map. Currently I only have a few available around town, but as we progress through the story I can construct more of these in new areas. It's basically the DD stops from Portia. I got a letter from Elsie who commissioned a saddle and one from the director who's sad to report that he can no longer use the express tea maker because of his increased heart rate. All that work for nothing. I went to see Dr. Fang, who asked me if I saw X somewhere. No, I have, of course, not seen him. No idea what you're talking about. I brought him over to the spot that Arvio showed me yesterday.
As if someone could ever hope to control the great, Birdnapicus!
After fighting off the kidnapper, we freed X from the cage, and 2 seconds later, Arvio showed up again. Fang noticed that he had the same injury as the Birdnapper, so doesn't look too good right now for your master plan. I felt really bad for him at the moment, so in the end I just told him the truth. He was understandably mad about it, and now I'm gonna have to live with that for the rest of my life. So let's just hope he's not angry forever. After that I headed over to City Hall, where I had a talk with Katori and Matilda. They need my help for a project they call sand running. This is supposed to help citizens of Sandrock to blow off steam and should also increase tourism in town. Katori gave me the diagram for the sign and the table, but before doing that, I crafted the Yakmel station. As I made my way over to Gecko Station, I noticed there was a sign on the Shonash Bridge. You can see the people who donated the most amount of money for the bridge, and of course, Owen has the top spot. I installed the Yakmel station, which earned me the Froggy Explorer boots and a whole bunch of friendship points. Now my outfit is almost completed. I explored more around the canyon when I came across penguin dogs. Unfortunately, I had to do the unthinkable, for science of course. The real reason why I was walking around in the desert was because I had a new marker on my map ever since this morning, and I was intrigued. I headed over to the designated spot where I found Bogan Jack, a talking kangaroo. Now, this sounds oddly familiar. No matter what I said to him, he seemed very offended by my fighting words. That's just not a thing, but okay buddy. He was no match for me though, so I beat his ass, and after a very short duel, he told me to seek him out again in the future, and if I manage to defeat him 2 more times, he'll give me a sick reward. I'll be the judge of that. On day 43, Heidi and Chi were discussing the repairs of the Gangnam suit, and since I constructed the whole thing by myself, I offered to help them. I already had all of the materials, so I went over to the research center and repaired the suit. After doing that, I stopped at a ceramic shop where Arvio was trying to convince the mysterious man into having him sell some of Amira's work in different cities. Long story short, Amira needs a more advanced kiln in order to provide better quality items, and he offered to get the diagrams for her, but for a very hefty price. I had a bit of money saved up, so I told them that I could lend them 2,000 out of the 5,000 golds that they needed. Amira didn't want to accept at first, but we're pretty close friends by now, and Arvio mentioned that apparently Owen has a crush on her, so lending money from him could get awkward. So in the end, they accepted my loan and told me I'll get the money back in the near future. I checked up on Fang in the clinic and I apologized for yesterday's fiasco. He said it's already in the past, and from now on I can gift him items if I wanted to. Back at my house, I made myself an advanced sandfish trap and tested it out. It's definitely an improvement from the regular trap, but still not a huge fan of it. The next morning, Elsie greeted me at my door and asked if I wanted to go riding with her. She showed me one of her favorite spots, and speaking of riding, I think I need to get myself a horse. It's so much faster than the camel I had a few weeks ago. I checked the mount store over at the ranch, but sadly they didn't have any horses available, so I'll have to check again another time. I ran into town to do my daily commissions when I came across Mr. X and Arvio. Arvio wants to make Fang's favorite dish, which is mapo tofu, but he didn't have all of the ingredients he needed, so I offered him my help. This guy really doesn't give up, does he? For that I had to talk with the mysterious man. He told me that I needed spicy bean paste for the recipe, but I need to craft those on my own. So I bought some of the bean seeds from him and planted them in my yard. I already made the sand running table yesterday, so I headed over to the Shonash Canyon and installed it next to Gecko Station. Katori thanked me for my hard work and let me know there will be an official opening ceremony in a few days. As a reward, I got the final piece for the Froggy Explorer set. The pants, however, looked kinda weird, so I just kept on the regular jeans. I spent a good portion of my day in the Gecko Station ruins to try and find the telescope parts for the director. I dug up a whole bunch of different relics, but not a single piece for the telescope. Maybe next time. On day 45, I finally had all of the materials that I needed in order to craft myself a pair of iron daggers. This was a pretty significant damage boost compared to the copper daggers I've been using. As I was diving into deeper levels of the ruins, I had more luck with the telescope pieces. I actually managed to find the entire set. I wanted to reconstruct it at the museum, but I didn't realize how late it already was, and the museum is only open until 8, so nothing else to do but to go back home.
Come back here, you dirty varmint!
Well, that was kinda awkward. Also, I'm very sorry about the blurry looking cutscenes. I'm pretty sure that's an issue with OBS, so unfortunately we'll have to live with that for now. Justice, Unsure, and Penn tried to run after Logan, and in the meantime, Matilda commissioned a new water tower for Mian and me. So I went out looking for Mian to get started on the project, but I overheard her having a conversation with Elsie, and I'm just gonna show you what they were talking about.
Alright, what can I help you with? See, I don't think he did this without reason. I want to take a look at his house, which is right here, and do some hands-on investigating. For the truth.
Okay, so I'm gonna fill you into the lore as best as I can. As I mentioned earlier, Logan and Haru used to live in Sandrock a while ago. They both grew up here and everyone knows them. Some time ago, Logan and Haru blew up the temple in town, and ever since then they're known as bandits and have a bounty on them. The end. Elsie mentioned that she doesn't believe that Logan is the bad guy here. They grew up together, so she obviously knows him very well, and I'm totally with her. In the cutscene from earlier, we don't actually see him do anything, we just see him flee the scene. That doesn't mean that Logan is innocent, but also doesn't mean that it was his fault. Also remember the train hijack from way back when? Nothing happened there either. None of the passengers were hurt, and nothing was stolen. Yeah, I'm something of a detective myself. Elsie wants to find out more about Logan's past and asked Mian and me for help. So the logical next step was to break into his house. We looked through every single room to see if we could find anything of interest. Haru apparently has a thing for bombs and face creams. There was a drawing made by Jasmine on the wall, which was actually kinda cute. Other than a few family pictures, we didn't really find all that much. After this amateur detective work, I reconstructed the telescope over at the museum, and I wanted to install it on top of the research center right away, but the game told me to come back later when it's dark. Since it was a sandstorm, I decided to try my luck with this mini-boss next to the scrapyard. I had better weapons now and was also higher level, so it wasn't too much of a trouble. Which is actually a lie. This chicken took like a third of my health, but regardless, I won the battle and I got pretty decent loot from that. After 8 PM, I finally installed the telescope for Chi. Safe to say he was more than happy about it. Next morning, I had once again Elsie on my front door and a whole bunch of other people. Elsie said I should go and ask around town how the relationship between the people here, Logan and Haru was back when they lived here. First person I talked to was Arvio. He mentioned that Haru and him were very good friends and the creams and lotions were all made by Haru. Then went to the saloon to show Owen this wedding picture of Logan's parents we found yesterday. The little kid in the background is supposedly Owen. He didn't remember anything about the picture, but one thing that was interesting was he told me that Howlett, which was Logan's dad, apparently had a disease that couldn't be cured and he had to be quarantined in the temple. So Logan and Haru attempted to free him, but in the process they blew up the temple instead, and his paw died during the blast. That went from 0 to 100 real fast. I also wanted to talk with Fang about this whole ordeal, since he's the only doctor in town, and he was the one who diagnosed Howlett, but he wasn't much of a help. In fact, he didn't say a word. Matilda basically said the same as Owen. However, she did mention that Howland went into an abandoned ruin which was closed off by the Civil Corps, and that's where he supposedly got contaminated with the disease. Penn was suspiciously awkward when I asked what he was doing the night when the temple exploded, so I'll keep that in mind. From what I gathered by talking to a lot of different people, Haru and Logan were liked by pretty much everyone in town until Howlett got sick one day. Everyone seems to think that all of this is just a big misunderstanding, but I feel like there's still something missing. If the bombing of the temple was just an accident, why did they both leave town? For now, I went to the sand running track because today was the opening ceremony. Sadly, the only people that showed up was Katori, Burgess, and myself. With the recent events of the water tower blowing up, I guess people didn't really bother, or maybe forgot about the ceremony. Burgess was sad to see that no one showed up, but since I helped build the plaza, he gave me a week-long pass for the sand running track, which I immediately forgot about. I headed into town where I had a quick talk with the director, who asked if I wanted to join him tomorrow night to observe a satellite that will be passing by. I've come to really like Director G with his goofy looking tie, so I told him I'll be there. I did my daily commissions and also started to work on the components for the new water tower. I was able to craft the water tank and the tower frames right away, but I had to wait for some of the materials in order to finish the filter. While I was collecting a bit of scrap, I reached level 30 and I found my first lost picture for Mort. On day 48, guess who was at my front door? Yep, Elsie. She gifted me with a baby yak male for helping her investigate at Logan's house and then briefly explained how to raise animals. Basically, there's 3 different types. Yak males, which need a barn, rabbits live in a hutch, and chickens need a coop. I do not have the materials nor the space for any of these buildings at the moment, so I thanked her and shoved the baby yak male into one of my storage boxes where it will probably stay for the rest of the playthrough. I already had all of the components for the new water tower, so I went into town and put it together with Mian. With that, the water prices should be back to normal again. And I also got some free friendship points with basically everyone in town. I gave Mian a birthday present, found another picture for Mort, and then collected wood around my house. By the end of the day, I met up with the director to look at the satellite that was passing by. The following morning, Mayor Trudy introduced herself. I asked if she needed anything from me, and she actually said that Matilda stole her desk and chair. Kinda rude. So I told her it's no problem at all to make a new one for her. I checked my daily mail and got a letter from Nia, who was really worried about me because of the recent attack on the water tower. In fact, she was so stressed out that she decided to come visit me in the next couple of days. I had a whole bunch of presents scattered in front of my house because today was my birthday. I even got one from Mr. X. Thank you very much. I ran around town doing the usual commissions, gave Trudy the new desk and chair, then I remembered I had a weekly pass for the sand running plaza. So I headed over to the canyon and went sand running for the first time. I feel like this would probably be really fun if you played in a co-op session, but alone it's kinda meh. Day 50 is here and Nia arrived in the morning with the train. We headed over to the saloon to catch up on everything and of course to eat some food. Nia is our childhood friend, we are both from a place called Highwind and she's currently studying botany. She'll be staying in Sandrock for 3 days and asked me if I can show her around the moisture farm tomorrow. For now I headed back to the workshop, checked my mail and got a letter from Amira who gave me a diagram for an electric kiln. This is tied to the quest I started a while ago when I landed Arview and Amira the 2000 goals so that they can afford a better kiln. I crafted said kiln at the assembly station and then checked out the mount store over at the ranch to see if they had anything new. Finally, they had horses available. I decided to go with the white one, and at last I have my own mount. I bought new recipes from the Yakmel ranch, gave Nemo some jerky, and then installed the electric kiln over at Amira's ceramic store. We both crafted 1 ceramic bottle each, and also, how am I so good at this? I only worked with clay once, I thought that was enough practice. Either way, she thanked me for spending time with her, and she'll send me some of the ceramic pieces that I've made once it's done drying. After that, I rode over to Gecko Station, and I was amazed by how fast the horse is. This was definitely worth waiting for. I spent a few in-game hours down in the mines until I ran out of stamina. Then I headed back into town to get a new diagram for an advanced work table. Last thing I did today was to rename my horse, and that is of course Roach. Day 51 starts off by the nearby train station where I said goodbye to my bestie Nia. She's already going back to Highwind, and I know what you're thinking, but Saf, Nia just came the day before. What do you mean she's already leaving? Yeah, about that. For some reason she arrived a day earlier when I replayed on the new save, so let me just quickly show you what happened the day before. As promised, I visited the moisture farm with her since Nia has a great interest in botany. She brought a few raspberry seeds from our hometown, which she handed to me and Zeke, so that we can start cultivating them here in Sandrock as well. There was also a fireside meeting to officially announce that Trudy is now back from her mission. She was out in the Ofaller desert for quite a while trying to plant new trees, but unfortunately they didn't survive in the harsh environment. And that's about it. I waited together with Nia for a train to arrive, and after she left, I headed to the Commerce Guild where I bought the chromium pickhammer and axe crafting recipe. I decided to make the pickhammer first, though weirdly enough, it has worse stats than the iron one that I've been using, and I don't have the materials right now in order to make it better, so that was a bit of a waste. Oh well. The late morning was spent riding around with Roach in search of our good old friend Bogan Jack. This time he was located not far from Gecko Station ruins, and I had absolutely nothing to say to him except let's fight, and so we did. The battle was very short. Seriously, this kangaroo stood no chance against me. He claims I was being lucky. I mean, I don't know about that one, but sure buddy. And he told me to seek him out again in a few days from now on for one final battle for a sick reward. After my victory against Kangaroo Man, I went back into town for I finally had enough friendship points with the cutest, the most adorable, the bestest of boys, Nemo, meaning I was allowed to adopt him. Pets are pretty interesting in this game. Not only do they look adorable, but you can also dispatch them so they can collect various things for you, like scrap, monster loot, but more importantly, water, which is incredibly handy, and that's also why I got the Gecko, because he can do the same thing. Obviously he needs a place to sleep in, so I purchased this little doghouse from Heidi's shop, which got placed next to the stable. Yes, I know I could have crafted my own animal house, but I was too lazy for that. Mian greeted me outside my house the next day, where she told me that Mayor Trudy had important news to discuss and is waiting for us at the moisture farm. I'm always eager to continue with story missions, so together we headed over. As the mayor mentioned at the latest meeting, she's been trying to grow plants out in the desert. She's been working together with Zeke, testing different soil types and crops, but to no avail. They never survive. When Trudy returned from her expedition, she stumbled upon a giant old world wreckage that she's never seen before, and it seems to have been covered in some sort of algae. Now Zeke wants to figure out how the algae managed to survive in such a tough desert environment, but to be able to explore the wreck, we first need to repair the broken door at the front and also craft protective suits, since we don't know what will await us inside. That's where Mian and I come in. Before I left, Trudy asked all of us if we could keep this mission to ourselves and to not inform anyone about it, since in case this is another failure and we don't what we are looking for, she doesn't want to disappoint the other townfolk again. I mean, that sounds very irresponsible to me, but I don't get a say in this anyways, so yes, let's keep this incredibly dangerous mission to a place we've never been before, that possibly has radiation inside and lots of dangerous enemies, to ourselves. I'm sure nothing is gonna go wrong. Anyways, at this point I am really struggling to keep up with the crazy amount of water consumption from my machines. I have to refill the water tank almost every day, and I can upgrade it, but I'm missing the aluminium alloy plates and I have no idea where to get those, so I'll have to suffer a bit longer, I guess. I made myself a commission tracker at the assembly station. As the name suggests, it allows me to accept commissions without needing to go to the Commerce Guild every single day. Thank God, because I am so tired of seeing Jan's face. And while doing that, I reached level 35. Very nice. I had the protective suits ready in the late afternoon, which I delivered to Trudy. The mayor already wants to leave tomorrow and suggested we meet near Gecko Station. No time to waste, I guess. I made sure to remove any unnecessary items from my inventory, packed some food and medicine because I have a feeling I'm gonna need those, and made my way to the designated spot. The wreck we're about to enter is this giant ship which we can already spot from here. Upon approaching the structure, we quickly realized, how are we gonna get up there? There's no ladder, no elevator, just nothing. But Zeke had the perfect solution for that.
Us builders can head back to our workshops and cook something up. A ladder, an elevator for filling pans. Us?
I'm not making 2 trips.
That works too. Are you okay, Trudy? I'm fine.
Saddle up, partners. Yep, up.
That's one way how to do it. Zeke is gonna stay behind, so I guess it's just us ladies now. Before going in, we put on our protective suits, not very stylish, but better safe than sorry. Broke down the old door and started to look around. As expected, there were lots of new enemies inside. It wasn't too bad though, since Mian and Trudy also had weapons with them. I found an old assault rifle just laying around, a nice upgrade to the pistol I've been using. Had Dark Souls flashbacks upon inspecting a tightly locked door that appears to be open from the other side. I see what you did there. Tiny starfish, or Starby as they're called, singing and dancing in a circle as if they were about to summon Cthulhu himself. And after a bit of time, we reached a suspiciously large and open room with a giant robot squid in the middle.
Hope it doesn't mind if we walk away with a little...
Protect the specimen.
Yeah, it's another boss. Now the Caretaker is a pretty interesting opponent. You cannot damage him on the body, instead you have to focus on the tentacles in order to deal damage to him. And surprisingly, this guy has multiple phases and a variety of different attacks. He has this laser beam that shoots out of his limbs that you have to jump over, which I so gracefully demonstrate here. He can climb on walls, and what's even wilder, once he's at half health, there's a phase transition cutscene where he makes it so there's even more lasers that cover the entire arena. Of course, it was still a very easy fight. I mean, combat isn't the main focus in this game, it's just a small part of it, like many other things, but still, it really surprised me how in-depth this boss was, considering that, you know, you only encounter him once. After we took care of the Caretaker, we had a look around and found these weird machines that still had a bit of algae inside them. Mian and I salvaged the broken parts and made our way to the exit. Once outside, we reunited with Zeke, who took the algae and machine parts back to the moisture farm. Let's just hope that he can figure out how these things used to work. I had a bunch of different artifact pieces that I restored at the museum, and for donating all of those, I got my very own relic restoration machine as a reward. This is super handy, as the one in the museum needs data disks in order to combine the artifacts, but this one doesn't. Sadly, I don't realize that quite yet, but I will a bit later. I headed immediately to the moisture farm the next day because Zeke already made some progress with the algae samples. Also, Director Chi is here. There was a lot of plant talk and words that I've never heard before, but the short of it is, the machine parts we salvaged yesterday are able to produce so-called biocrust, which should give the plants and trees enough nutrients to survive out in the desert. To be able to make this biocrust, Mian and I were tasked to build 2 hydroponic incubators. Before doing that, I did a few random side missions around town, crafted a new yak mill station which got placed next to the Shipwreck ruins, and later had lunch with Mian at the saloon. Owen had a new marketing campaign that offered 50% discount, but only to couples. Not gonna lie, the food here is pretty expensive, so of course we said that we're dating and took the couples discount. I've no intentions of romancing Mian, but again, I'll take the free friendship points any day. Thankfully, the algae incubators didn't need too many complex materials, so I had it ready the same day and installed it inside the farm. Day 55 was spent almost entirely at my workshop. I expanded the yard once again, rearranged all the machines at the construction junction, Now that I have a bit more space in the back, I also made the house bigger. I wanted to add a second floor as well, but I need to unlock this option first in the knowledge category. I painted the walls and roof, added some cute windows, lanterns and potted plants. While there I also purchased a home editing tool, which makes decorating inside the house so much easier. Well, kind of. It's a bit wonky with mouse and keyboard. This was all very expensive, but well worth it in my opinion. It looks so much better now, inside and outside. While tending to my machines the following day, I got the knowledge point that I wanted and unlocked the floor expansion. I had a wonderful morning with Trudy and Jasmine, hanging around the moisture farm where Jasmine showed me her personal garden, and later we ate lunch at the saloon. And right after that it was time for the running of the yak mill opening ceremony, the final event for the season. Owen explained that this festival goes back many generations. In fact, it was Cooper's and Mabel's grandparents that started it all. Back in the day, long before the railway was built, it was very common for people to travel great distances on top of their yak mills. The only way to Sandrock was through a narrow passage, part of the Shonash Canyon, and one day these two yak boys were passing through both ends at the same time. Sooner or later they bumped into each other, blocking the path both ways. Neither of these two wanted to back out, so they began squabbling, shouting at each other back and forth. Even though this problem could have been solved within minutes, as the passage wasn't more than 30 meters long. That's 100 feet for the Americans out there. But nope, both of the boys were too stubborn to back out. This took so long that other people who were on the yak mills joined the fray and also started bumping into each other. After a little while, people finally came to their senses, realizing how ridiculous this actually is, and laughed about the absurdity. Unfortunately, the two guys that started all of this did not have a happy ending. Neither of them survived that day. You guys had a few pretty messed up grandparents, not gonna lie. Thankfully, the festival that we're celebrating nowadays is not so violent. Everyone gets their own yak mill, and oh boy, these creatures are slow. I'm glad I waited so long for the horse. You have to gather ingredients to earn points, and you can bump into an opponent to make them drop some of the ingredients they already collected. I even got an achievement for reaching first place in the tournament. Not too bad. Unfortunately, I had to leave early as there was a fireside meeting, and I don't want to miss any of these since they're usually very important.
Let's get right into it. So, an update on my anti-desertification efforts. After exploring the previously undocumented shipwreck ruins with the builders and Zeke, we might have stumbled upon an old-world solution to our sand problem. So next...
The shipwreck ruins? I'm sorry, when was this?
Oh, you know, recently.
That place is an unexplored hazardous ruins, is it not? It reeks of danger. I'll just come out and say what everyone's thinking. We can't stop you from continuing to put your own life in harm's way, or neglecting your official duties, Trudy. But taking both builders? Sandrock would be ruined twice over already without them.
Yeah, so Miguel was kinda pissed off. Like, dude was mad. To be fair, he does have a point. If we all went missing, nobody would ever find us, because we were in a random old ruin that just got uncovered in the latest sandstorm. But his argument about old world technology being corrupted? Yeah, not so much. This was a huge thing in Portia, where they would talk about this all the time, like that old world stuff is bad, yada yada. I'm glad they toned down on that. Anyways, Trudy told everyone about the incubators we've made and the biocrust. With the help of this technology, we can now plant trees in the desert, and she wants to do a test plant near Gecko Station ruins. People were skeptical at first. I can understand why, since, well, they've been trying for so long now and nothing ever worked before, but we have nothing to lose at this point. Zeke gave me the tree seeds, some straw grids, and even a new planting toolbox so that I'm prepared for the test planting tomorrow. I had Justice outside my door on 57. He went to check out the shipwreck ruins himself and told me that the poisonous gas seems to have dissolved, meaning it's safe enough to open it up as a hazardous ruin for diving. However, he wants me to install a ladder so that people can safely enter it. I got some free raspberry seeds from Nia, and more importantly, my workshop took the #1 spot in the latest rankings. Suck it, Jan! Which was well deserved, by the way. I've been doing commissions non-stop every single day. As I was riding around for a bit, I noticed that we are already in winter. In Sandrock, you actually start the first year in summer. For some reason, I don't know why. I made my way to the tree planting area where I saw some of the folks were helping out to make everything ready for the new trees. Mayor Trudy handed me a bit of water to get started on planting those saplings. I made sure to keep everything symmetrical and carefully placed the black saxaul trees into their new homes. Now we just have to wait again and hope that they can actually survive out here. While that is happening, I installed the ladder at the shipwreck entrance and headed inside together with Justice, since he wants me to repair the doors at the exit as well. We took care of the enemies, got another knowledge point in the combat category, which I used to recover toughness faster so I won't get stunned so easily. Near the exit, I noticed there was a vending machine that had lots of different items for sale. I might come back to that later. Justice thanked me for fixing the doors and asked me to stop by his office anytime from tomorrow on, since he has a little surprise for me. Also, don't mind the horse floating midair. It happens from time to time. On Tuesday morning, I overheard Katori talking to Yan since she wants to expand the game center. However, the conversation didn't go on for very long since she doesn't actually have the funds to start this big project. She has this idea of Katori World, with a bigger game center, museum, and potentially a roller coaster? That sounds awesome, not gonna lie. But again, she doesn't have any money, so she wants to set up an investor meeting, and of course I told her I'll come as well to support her. At the Commerce Guild store, I saw they had tons of new recipes, steel weapons, furniture, and a new outfit, the Desert Warrior set. It even comes with a cape, and I want me one of those. I was curious about the surprise Justice was talking about, so I stopped by the Civil Corps office where it seems I was already expected. Justice thanked me for being such a great help in the past few weeks and decided that I am fit to become an official member of the Civil Corps. I'm pretty sure I am in fact not fit to become a cop, but I'm not gonna question that any further. As the newest member of the Civil Corps, I am now allowed to wear the uniform, which I'm not gonna use because I don't like how it looks, and I get access to the bounty board. It's the same as commissions, but just with monsters. Sadly, I never end up doing any of these. I immediately forget this exists. I spent most of the day roaming around in the desert, fighting any mobs that I saw for course leather. If I want to make the entire Desert Warrior set, I need a lot of that. On 59, I crafted myself a pair of steel daggers and started working on the different outfit pieces. Luckily, I had the materials in order to refine the daggers, bringing them up to rarity rare with some great stats. And now I should be hitting like a truck. Midday was Katori's investor meeting. Gotta be honest, I didn't expect so many people to show up. I mean, even Jasmine is here. She presents her idea of Katori World, again with an improved game center, larger museum, and a theme park? Excuse you? Look, I don't know much about theme parks, but I have played Planet Coaster, and that has to be insanely expensive. Anyways, I told her I will help out with Katori World, because I know this is a huge side storyline, and I don't think I can say no to that, even if I wanted to. My first job was to make a new sign and game machine. For that I needed petrified wood, so I was back in the desert gathering materials, and while doing that, I came across an old friend. It is none other than Bogan Jack, ready to take on one final battle, who stood absolutely no chance against my new steel daggers. Victory was mine. The sick reward he's been hyping up so much was a golden pelt. I thought at first this was a clothing piece, which it really should have been. I feel like this is kind of like a missed opportunity to make a unique item, but I'm not a game developer, so what do I know? It is in fact a furniture item that gives me 14 defense points. Yeah, I wasn't too thrilled about it. Moving on to day 60, where I found the last picture from Mort's photo album. Mort was the first settler and also founder of Sandrock, together with his now deceased wife, Martel, who's the person we can see on the picture. Same as Trudy, Martel went out into the desert in search of old world technology that might help them with the sandstorms. Every time she had to travel longer and longer distances until spring 78, where one day she didn't return anymore. Martel seems to have been an extraordinary woman. It's sad that she's no longer with us, but I'm happy that Mort is still here. Now that we have the tree test planting area, maybe we can actually make Sandrock green again, just like Martel wanted all those years ago. Speaking about desert adventures, I was back in Diofala, causing a local extinction of Penskes and boxing jacks. I was feeling so adventurous, I decided to take on another mini-boss. This funny looking chicken that I've encountered a while ago was just hanging around out here. Or flying around, I guess. It was only a level 33 boss, so the fight was over rather quickly. Got some decent loot from that as well. I finished the new golden goose sign the following day, which looks adorable by the way, as well as the Ponchotron machine. I showed the finished commission to Katori, who told me that Mayor Trudy agreed to the museum expansion, very much looking forward to that, and in the future, Heidi wants to plan on making a road that directly leads to Portia. Yes please, that sounds fantastic. Katori already had the sketch for the museum expansion, and for that we need new exhibition stands and a bigger sign for the rooftop. I gave Director G the necessary amount of data disks so he can start working on the diagram, which should be ready tomorrow morning. And ready it was! I forgot to press record earlier, but I did make the new sign at the assembly station. It was Maple's birthday, and for the first time I tried out my jewelry machine where I made a pair of orchid earrings, a loved item for her. It was a glorious day for me, for I had just finished the entire Desert Warrior set. Well, not everything, I didn't make the headpiece because I didn't like how it looked, but everything else. This might be my favorite set in the entire game, I love it so much. With the base stats it had, it wasn't any better than the Froggy Explorer set I've been wearing, so I refined everything as best as I could, wasting a lot of my precious materials, but it was worth it. I spent a bit of time down in the Gecko Station ruins to collect some iron ore, requested a super dew collector from G, and I saw that Heidi's team is already working on the game center and museum expansion. I love that you can see that, very nice detail. Later that day I went to check out our little tree planting area, and yes, the saplings are still there, growing strong. Our mission was successful after all. At this point in the story, it's getting really tough for me to keep up with the daily commissions. People want more and more high quality items, sometimes they even ask for stuff that I don't even have access to yet. Let's hope it doesn't stay like that. I had enough hardwood planks to craft the 4 exhibition stands for the museum, harvested my first ever raspberries, planted some potato pepper and mountain rose seeds, then rode to a new sand fishing spot out in the desert. Slowly, I'm getting the hang of it. The game center and museum expansion were done on day 64. I installed both of the new signs outside as well as the exhibition stands inside. The game center is a bit more spacious and also has a few more machines, though it doesn't really look that different to me if I'm being honest. However, the museum is absolutely ginormous now. It's like 3 times the size as before. There's a second floor with even more display stands, and I can also donate different types of sandfish now. Very cool. After 6 PM, it was time for another fireside meeting. I feel like we were having these way more often now. Mayor Trudy proudly declared that the tree planting was a success. Finally, we were able to grow vegetation out in the desert that can survive on its own. This is a huge step for Sandrock, but of course also for desert planting, and because of that, Ernest wants to write a report for the newspaper he's been working on. He's also going to need a few pictures for the article, as well as a feature photograph that will make it on the front page. Now, Trudy suggested that Zeke should be the feature person for the cover photo. After all, it's only thanks to him that we were able to cultivate the biocrust and successfully plant those trees, but people had other things to say about that.
Way I see it, person we ought to be thanking other than Zeke is good Minister Matilda.
Now hold on a tick.
This is our ray of hope.
Yeah, when I heard that, I was like, whoa.
I mean, Matilda has led us through some of the most troubled times I've ever seen in this town.
I says we put Matilda on the front of one of them funny papers as a commemoration for all she's done in this town. All in favor? Say aye.
I absolutely hate this guy so much. So yeah, the townies wanted Matilda on the cover. I still think it should have been either Zeke or Trudy, or both of them actually. Don't get me wrong, I do like Matilda. She's been leading the people whenever Trudy is gone, but this article is about the trees we planted, or Little Woods as Trudy called it before, where Matilda had basically nothing to do with. She was as skeptical as a lot of the other townfolk when Trudy first suggested the idea with the biocrust. She didn't help make the new incubators or recover the algae. Hell, she didn't even show up during the planting process. Like seriously, why should she be on the cover? Am I the only one who thinks this is weird? Anyways, the photo shoot will be held tomorrow morning near Gecko Station, and the Golden Goose and museum reopening is also tomorrow. Why? Who thought this was a good idea? The director finished the diagram for the Super Dew Collector, very excited to try that out since I have the materials for it. While running around, I came across Katori, who would like me to build a storage rack for the Golden Goose where she can place snacks on. A lot of people in the game center leave early because there's no food available, so she hopes that this will keep them here longer. Once that was installed, she dreamed about eventually having a whole bar in here as well. For that, of course, we'd have to expand again. She also mentioned that she saw a mechanical band made out of electronics back in Atara, which I believe is a Five Nights at Freddy's reference. I'm not quite sure, I'm not that into horror games. Katori thanked me for building the snack display and invited me to have dinner tomorrow, but since we have the photo shoot and the museum reopening, I declined the offer and told her maybe another time. Speaking about the museum, I crafted a bunch of random items on the work table because you can actually donate a whole lot of different things. Not only artifacts, but also weapons, furniture, and items you make on the assembly station, like this recycler. For donating 40 items, I received a 4-leaf clover necklace, which gives me a whopping 268 luck. To be honest, I don't really know what luck exactly does. Does it increase the loot I get from enemies? No idea, but I put it on regardless. Wednesday was the day for the big photo shoot. Everyone from town gathered around the little woods, and after the group photo was taken, Ernest took Matilda to the side for the feature shot. Still think it should have been Zeke or Trudy, but whatever. Where we get this glorious cutscene.
Say fuzzy pickle!
Yeah! Thank you. Oh, huh? Careful. I'll handle this.
Welp, that was unexpected. The green ball we saw Justice throw is actually catnip, so Deputy Captain ran straight after Logan and Matilda. I was tasked to come along as well, but first I had to get my horse. I rode all the way across the desert until I reached the Eufaula outback, where Justice and Unsure were waiting in front of a cave entrance. The catnip dropped off right here, meaning that Logan has to be inside. The plan is to stay close and investigate the unknown place. The cave itself was not that interesting, just a few enemies and treasure chests here and there. Not too far into, we started hearing voices, both from Matilda, Logan, and a third person that sounded like a child. Finally, we come head to head with Logan. A 3v1 seems kinda unfair to me. I mean, he can't be that tough, right? Turns out he was kinda tough. When Logan was about to finish me off, out of thin air, Penn joined the fight, but that prompted Logan to flee. I ran after Matilda, gracefully swinging my pick hammer in order to stop the wheel from rolling, while the others were chasing after Logan. Unfortunately, he and the little kid that was with him managed to get away. Again. Well, at least the minister was alright. While the others already made their way outside, I wanted to look around a bit more, and thank God I did. Next to the room Logan was in, I found a broken sword stuck in a rock. No doubt this is a nod to Excalibur. In my inventory it counts as a mission item, and I have no idea what to do with this, and I still haven't figured it out, so if you know, then please leave a comment down below. The Civil Corps, Matilda, and Penn were waiting for me at the entrance to the outback, and a few other of the townies came back here as well, armed with weapons. Well, some of them at least. But it was already too late, since, well, Logan was no longer here. Upon hearing this, Miguel just snapped and started shouting that Logan has to be brought to justice. He has had enough. Rightfully calling out Penn, the so-called protector of Sandrock. He was supposed to look after Matilda while she was doing the photo shoot, but he was nowhere to be found. Now, a day before, I saw Penn at the Blue Moon ordering a bunch of Duvos pepper, the spiciest pepper in the world, and he claims that he had a belly ache when all of this was happening. Whatever you say, man. Miguel wants to hire a specialist, someone who can really help us out and finally track down Logan and his gang once and for all. Matilda said that we should come back to this conversation once everyone has calmed down a bit. Before going back home, Matilda tasked the Civil Corps to start asking questions around town because Logan was questioning her about missing water. He believes that someone is hiding a large amount of water around Sandrock. Now this sounds a bit ridiculous at first, but I don't know, maybe he knows something that we don't. After this eventful morning, I was busy doing the usual commission work. Also, I already got my first share of money from Katori for investing into the game center. It's not a whole lot, but I didn't expect to receive anything this soon. There was a lot of stuff going on 67. First I built 2 more Yakma stations, which got placed near the Eufaula outback and the other next to a sand fishing spot. I commissioned an upgraded forging machine from Director G. Pablo invited me to a Fleething Youth tea party where I was tasked to craft different colored fireworks, and I purchased a second horse today, which was incredibly expensive by the way. I was under the impression that you can breed animals, but I think you can only upgrade them over time and then sell them for more money. I think that's how it works. So I guess it's kinda like a future investment. Later that day I spotted Elsie next to my workshop, reminiscing about what happened yesterday. She's disappointed in Logan's behavior and is trying to piece together why he would even do anything like that. As I've mentioned already, Elsie grew up together with Logan, and there was a time in her life where he used to be like a big brother to her. Same as with the water tower incident, she's convinced that there's more than meets the eye here. Logan might not be innocent, but maybe he had a good reason for his past actions. While talking, we noticed a shooting star flying by. I made my wish, same as Elsie. She asked what I wished for, but everyone knows it doesn't work if you say it out loud. Nuh-uh. Elsie said she wished for us to be friends forever. I mean, now you jinxed it. Sure, it was a bit cheesy, but she is really growing on me as a character. The next morning, Ernest commissioned a bronze sword and shield because he wants to investigate the cave where we fought Logan the other day. And while waiting for the weapon to finish, I tried out another one of Fang's medicine samples, which made my vision look like the first video I uploaded. Let's not talk about it. Thankfully, this was only temporary. I handed Ernest the finished bronze sword later and I offered to come with him tomorrow. Before the fireside meeting, I gifted Trudy one of my DNA models since this is a loved item for her. I'm trying to get my friendship points up with her because I recently noticed that one of her perks is a discount when buying land for my workshop. Currently I'm at body status, which already grants me a 10% discount, which might not sound like a lot, but every single property expansion gets more and more expensive. In this case, it would normally be 50,000 gold, but with Trudy's discount it already goes down to only 45k. That's nothing to sneeze at. I really like the system because almost every single townie has different types of perks, so it's definitely worth befriending everyone, and not only the people that you like. At the meeting, Trudy announced that they now have hired the specialist Miguel wanted so badly, and he should arrive in town very soon. Justice mentioned that they now also have new wanted posters, or more like missing posters, for the newest member of Logan's gang, which was the little kid we saw inside the cave. No one has ever seen this kid before, so he must have joined recently. After the meeting, I waited until 9 PM to watch the fireworks show with Pablo, Amira, and Heidi. Unfortunately, the only person that showed up was Amira. Apparently Pablo was sick and Heidi was busy with work, so I enjoyed the show together with Amira. On Funny Number Day, I got acquainted with Bronco the Kid, the alleged bounty hunter hired by City Hall. He needs a Super Shock Shield, or SSS in short, for me to help him get the investigation started. He claims that the diagram was drawn by Director G, but I'm not so sure about that. I can barely make anything out on that. This guy didn't seem right to me, and my objective for today was to expose Bronco. For that I had to raise my suspicion level by talking to different people, like Justice and Unsure. They asked Bronco if he needed a bit of help with the investigation, but he completely dismissed them and said he only works alone. Okay, buddy. I asked Chi about the diagram he gave to me earlier, and he confirmed that he in fact did not draw this blueprint.
This diagram looks like it was drawn by a child. I know I say that about everyone's diagrams other than my own, but this time there's no mistake in it. This was drawn by a literal child.
Owen wanted me to bring some food to Bronco's room, so I obliged, but he is currently in town and I was able to snoop around in his room. The food he ordered was just candy. There was various toys and action figures laying around, and the closet had a small jacket with a few strands of blonde hair on it. Safe to say that Bronco the Kid is in fact an actual kid. I confronted him about the fake sketch he gave me and the weird stuff I found in his room. Conveniently, he had an excuse for all of these accusations, but I've heard enough.
Citizens of Sandrock, you thought that Bronco the Kid, the bounty hunter from Atara, was among you, protecting you, preparing to take action against Logan and his gang. But in fact, all along... Wanna it was I, Andy!
The culprit behind the red beard and wig was none other than Andy, the youngest member of Logan's gang. Luckily, I managed to catch him while he was trying to make his escape. Seriously, what would these guys do without me? Since we cannot exactly put a child behind bars, Miguel offered to take care of him. Awfully noble of you. Instead of prison, Andy has to do community service, but also attend Sunday school, which seems a bit harsh in my opinion. Does that even still exist nowadays? At least until his behavior normalizes. After another eventful morning, I met with Ernest near the Eufaula Outback to start exploring the cave. The room we fought Logan in had a few items scattered around, which we investigated more closely. Though to be honest, I'm not really sure what he was looking for here. This was definitely not a hideout. Logan and Andy were here for a very short time, maybe even just for that one day when they kidnapped Matilda. One thing that was more interesting was this blocked off boulder where I found the broken sword. This seems to have been a planned out escape route that they blew up once they were outside. In any case, Ernest thanked me for coming along and started writing on his new book. Justice stopped by on Sunday to ask a few mandatory questions about the alleged missing water Logan was talking about, like how many units of water I use per month, if I am well informed about the current water situation in Sandrock, which I'm not, and if I suspect anyone hiding water around town, which I don't. As I was doing my usual commission work, I stumbled upon Yan and Andy having a little argument. Turns out Yan was actually dumb enough to craft the super shock shield that Andy tried to commission from me yesterday. Which I find hilarious, by the way. Didn't you tell me the other day to never take on work if the person doesn't have any money to pay for it? What a hypocrite. Obviously, Andy doesn't have the funds for that, but honestly, you don't deserve any money anyways. Grandma Vivi joined the conversation and told Yan to stop being so selfish and to just let him have the shield. And I agree. Screw you, Yan. Vivi told Andy that he needs to learn some responsibility, and for that, she has a few easy chores he can do around the house to earn a bit of pocket money. This woman needs to be protected at all costs. Later at the Civil Corps office, Justice and Unsure were trying to interrogate Andy to find out more about Logan's whereabouts. Emphasis on try, they didn't really get much out of him. Being the newest member of the Civil Corps, I was also allowed to interrogate him, and after a little while, he budged and said he will tell us what he knows. Which was absolutely nothing. Andy does not know anything about Logan's hideout. Grace showed up in the middle of that, delivering food to Justice, and asked if she could also give it a go. And I don't know what she said to him, Andy got super scared all of a sudden as she whispered something into his ear, but alas, Grace confirmed that Andy was speaking the truth. She said that she picked up this little trick while babysitting. Can't argue with that, I suppose. I went to this secluded area to collect a bunch of granite and sulfur when I noticed this huge crater right next to it. I wonder if I get to explore this part of the map as well. The granite was used in the ore refinery because from this I can extract agate, which I need to upgrade my chromium tools. Jensen got a sailor horn for his birthday, and today I saw the actual Bronco the Kid, not an imposter. I hope at least. This guy was weirdly hostile for no reason. He actually wanted to arrest me for carrying a pickhammer around, so I had to teach him a lesson. After that, he accused me of being part of Logan's gang, which doesn't even make any sense, since I was the one who captured Andy after all, and also have fought against Logan. My hands are clean, buddy. Despite all of his suspicions, he invited me to be part of his Citizens Awareness program, where I am allowed to help him gather information related to Logan. How incredibly nice of you. So I went to his super secret hideout, the hotel room that Andy stayed in as well, to inform me about his grand plan. Bronco is certain that there is a spy in Sandrock, someone who is relaying information directly to Logan from inside the town. That would actually make a lot of sense. I mean, how else would he know what we're up to all the time? He claims that no one in town can be trusted except for the local animals. For that I needed to catch a few sandfish as well as prepare some dog food. Once I had everything, I gave the food to my boy Nemo, Deputy Captain, and lastly Banjo. None of this was really helpful, except that Banjo ran into the saloon after I gave him the fish, but it seems like he just wanted to have more food. Oh well. I had enough agate now to refine both the pickhammer and axe. They're still not that much better than the iron tools I've been having, but I don't think I can do more than that right now. We had another fireside meeting later, where Justice and Miguel reassured everyone that Logan's claim about any missing water is in fact wrong. Miguel is the one documenting all the incoming water supplies to Sandrock, and everyone is free to check these records themselves if they wanted to. After the meeting, I stopped by Unshure's house because he invited me to dinner yesterday along with Justice. It was a bit awkward at first. Justice does not know how to do small talk, but it got better once he started opening up about his old boss, the former deputy of the Civil Corps. Funny enough, Justice didn't even want to go to dinner unless I was coming as well, since he said that Unsure weirds him out a little. Fair point, but also, how dare you? Being weird is not the worst kind of trait a person can have. But after dinner, he said he was very happy that he decided to come after all. On day 73, I saw that I can now buy new medicine at Fang's clinic, which lets me upgrade the stats of my horses. I crafted 2 more silver recyclers for the workshop, came across this overgrown chicken again, and reached level 40 upon taking it down. I received a letter from Bronco the next day informing me that the pet detective thing was a bust, but he already prepared a new plan. We can no longer rely on anyone in Sandrock but ourselves, and for that, he presented his ultimate new weapon, a Feng Shui dowsing plate. Of course I was amazed, as he claims this device can track negative energy and he is absolutely certain that this will lead directly to Logan. Only one way to find out. We started the search next to my workshop. He rambled a bunch of gibberish and then the plate started pointing south. I followed Bronco to the next location. For a tiny man, he sure is fast, when suddenly he disappeared before my very own eyes. Maybe I underestimated him after all. Once we met up at the new spot, the needle on the board started spinning, whatever that means. And lo and behold, Logan is standing just a few meters away from us, together with Andy. I never doubted the magic of the Feng Shui plate. He made a run for it, and Bronco quickly chased after Logan. Andy said that he was here because he informed him that he is no longer part of the gang. He was pretty upset about it, but I told him maybe that's for the best, and not to worry because we will look after him from now on. Day 75 to 76 was the Tour de Rock, a new yearly event sponsored by Katori's Sand Running Plaza. Like most other events, the minigame took up the entire day, and on Saturday I had to once again leave early because of a fireside meeting. The richest man in the Free Cities, Musa, has agreed to visit Sandrock. If everything goes to plan, Musa will fund our Road to Portia project, which is obviously a big deal since I doubt that we can afford that on our own. This meeting was about how we can impress Musa once he arrives. For that, Jensen suggested to spice up the old train station a little bit, since that's the first thing everyone sees when they come to Sandrock, and Owen will host a welcome party at his saloon. I was tasked to build 2 new signs for that, and with those installed, it looks so much more welcoming now. Trudy said that I should be here as well once Musa arrives, since I'm one of the best builders around town. For handing Trudy a birthday present, I finally reached friend status with her, and thanks to that, I was able to afford another yard expansion. At the research lab, I overheard Chi wanting to build another robot to impress Musa. Heidi wasn't too interested in that idea, but I'm on Team Robot. Who wouldn't be impressed by that? I rearranged all of my machines, swapped out the wooden fence with a stone variant, and then I wanted to add a barn as well, but this building was a bit bigger than I expected it to be, so I placed a chicken coop instead. I purchased 3 baby hens and 1 baby rooster. We have Kiwi, Chico, Poncho, and Bobby. Same as the horses, these guys have different food preferences, and once they're fully grown, I can get fresh eggs and feathers every day. On Monday morning, I visited the museum where I had a chat with Katori. She talked about her son Arlo and that she misses him a lot. She came here in order to provide enough money for him and her ma, but now that his birthday is coming up, and with the recent museum expansion, she doesn't have any money left to buy him something. I offered to build him a toy, and for that, she will ask Jensen for a train model recipe since he has a huge interest in trains at the moment. I bought 1 coffee tree seed and more cantaloupe from the moisture farm, but I completely forgot. I already planted those a while ago, so that was a bit of a waste. And don't worry, I don't plan on keeping the farming plot here forever. It looks kinda weird having it right in front of the house, but I'll focus on that a bit later. The following day, Musa arrived at the train station. As promised, I came to welcome him together with the mayor. Jody and I gave him a tour around Sandrock. We showed him the new entertainment plaza, the tree planting area out in the desert, the water tower, and last stop was the Blue Moon, where everyone was already waiting for us. Cooper and Hugo played one of their new songs called Why Not Just Give Us All Your Money? Very subtle, guys. And suddenly, chaos broke out.
Need some help here? Oh my! Give me that!
Go! Gun on firefighting sequence! Oh, what's the? Oh!
I'm that robot!
Told you it was no good!
No one asked you, Churchy!
We've got a code 812 in progress. Over.
Shoot it!
Baby?
What does this button do?
Burgess, no!
Ah! Too much light!
Let's never fight again.
I love you, pal.
Thankfully, nobody got hurt during this, so much for a warm welcome party. Now that everyone calmed down a bit, Musa said that he cannot fund our road project because he doesn't see a future here. However, he offered to move us all to the north of Eufaula, to a new settlement, part of the North Development Plan. But no one wanted to take him up on the offer. Well, except for Arvio. Musa spoke directly to Mort, asking if he actually wanted to stay here. Of course Mort said yes, and told the rich guy that Sandrock used to be a much livelier place many years ago when Martel was still alive. After a lot of people left and the sandstorms became more fierce, they made a promise back then to restore the town to its former glory. Zeke and Mort never gave up on that promise, and with the help of Heidi, Trudy, Mian and myself, he believes that we have a good shot at that. He believes in Sandrock, and so do I. Musa finally realized that no one in town is going to move anywhere, so he decided to give us another chance and stick around a bit longer. The director brought his mobile suit to the party, which got shot. I'm not really sure if it's such a great idea to leave this robot in this guy's hands, since that's the second time I had to repair it, and for doing that I reached level 41. This seems to have been an important story point since there were a few new recipes available at the Commerce Guild shop. Katori sent me the train model recipe in the mail, I crafted one and handed her the finished item. Day 80 started off with a rather weird cutscene.
Now I told you!
Crystal's in trouble.
Wait, don't leave. We don't know what to do.
Figure it out. Crystal, what's the... There is no light.
Pebbles turned green. The cause of that seems to be our local water, since only people who recently drank from it changed as well. Dr. Fang was already here and reassured Rocky that this is a normal occurrence and it's completely harmless. Still, we need to figure out what pollutes our water and we need to do it fast. Burgess told everyone that there's a mysterious green gas rising from the Valley of the Whispers, wherever that is. Trudy told all of the citizens to stay calm. Sandrock was built under all sorts of strange old world buildings and they've encountered dangerous substances from time to time. Not really sure if this is the kind of information I wanted to hear right now. It's not exactly good news. Justice and Unsure had a look over at the valley before and confirmed that there's some sort of green liquid coming out of the old world pipes, and that liquid is then turning into the green gas Burgess was talking about. I'll need to bring a few materials so that I can repair the leaking pipes, and to be able to safely enter the valley, we need to use our protective suits again. Mian will have the new suits for Justice and Unsure ready by tomorrow. In the meantime, I helped Grace clean up the Blue Moon after the banger party yesterday. No pun intended. And while walking around, I noticed it's raining for the very first time. During this, dew collectors are extra efficient and I also don't need to water my plants. Speaking about banger parties and rain, apparently there was a huge celebration at the Blue Moon yesterday that I missed. Every time when it's raining, people celebrate it over at the saloon since it's such a rare occurrence here in Sandrock. Sure wish I knew about this a day earlier. I hope I'll remember this for next time when it's raining. I got another knowledge point in the workshop category which I used to unlock the second floor expansion, and then it was time to meet with my colleagues. Slowly we made our way down to the Valley of Whispers. Here I can find aluminium scrap, more granite and other types of new materials. Next to this giant leaking pipe, we spotted a bunch of bandy rats, and it seems like they were the ones causing all of the gas leaks. They respond to the Rat Queen, who was also present. We explained that we're here to take a look at the weird gas, but she didn't believe us and accused us for working for her stepdaughter, which is kind of a weird assumption. We took care of the henchmen, and after that I repaired the broken pipes around the area, also making sure to grab any scrap that I saw. After closing off the last pipe, Justice noticed that the air was still as thick as before, so we'll have to come up with a plan on how to remove the toxic fog manually. That will have to wait a bit because while we were talking, we got ambushed by a green-looking mutant, not really sure what he's supposed to be, who stood absolutely no chance against the three of us. Unsure found a bottle of this green stuff on the floor and quickly came up with a great plan. We just have to bring this container to Director G, and once he figures out what it's made of, he can create an antidote, or, well, something that will hopefully help us get rid of the gas in the canyon. I brought the sample to the director as well as some data disks so that he can start working on it right away. The finished results arrived in the mail the next day, or at least that's what he told me, but instead Director G insisted on me coming over to pick up the diagrams in person because he had a funny story to tell. This better be hilarious. I got the recipe for an industrial grinding table, and after putting my machines to work, I went to the research center.
In any case, from there I thought I could just synthesize a few pesky electrons out of the mix, maybe use a filter, but it turns out I've been barking up the wrong polymer chain the whole time. Oxidation, reduction, halogenation, or nil. Then, after hours of banging my head against the wall, it finally hit me. The answer was right there in front of me all along. Granulated sodium bicarbonate.
Am I supposed to understand what this guy is saying? I failed my chemistry class. Anyways, he gave me the two separate diagrams. The first one acts similar to a vacuum cleaner, with that I can pick up any of the remaining goo that I find, and the other one is a giant air purifier. On my way back to the workshop, I ran into Elsie. She's been to the library today and found 2 books written by Howlett about monster hunting. You know, I'm something of a monster hunter myself. This got her so excited that she wants to try and recreate one of the dishes that can attract birds, starting the Monster Hunting for Dummies side quest. That's kinda rude. For that I only need to dry some sandfish, and while that is happening, I build the air purifier. For the vacuum cleaner, I had to upgrade my tailoring machine, and this unlocked a bunch of different crafting recipes, like the Magic Adventurer set. That might be another outfit that I want to make. On day 83, I saw that my chickens have fully matured. They look so silly, I love them. I finished the vacuum cleaner, handed Elsie the dried fish, and then descended down into the valley. I installed the giant air purifier and cleaned up any excess green slime that I saw. The purifier was so effective that it immediately absorbed all of the green gas within seconds. Trudy and Musa came to see this for themselves, as well as the director who was here to marvel at his newest designs. Our celebration was cut short once Burgess arrived, who told us that Dan B and Ryan want to leave town. Yeah, about those two. I don't think I ever talked about them, at least not Dan B, because they are very uninteresting characters. She works at the moisture farm, I think, as well as for the Church of the Light, and Ryan is a carpenter. And I have absolutely no idea what he does. Like, in this universe, what exactly is the difference between a builder and a carpenter? No idea. They had their stuff packed and wanted to leave via train because they don't believe that Sandrock is a safe place anymore. I mean, fair enough, but it hasn't been safe around here for like the past 3 seasons. I didn't want it to be rude though, so I just answered with, "We need you," even though that's a lie. Like seriously, not even Trudy had anything nice to say about Ryan. So in the end, they decided to stay after all. Yay! Okay, anyways, moving on. I spent the day exploring the valley, looking for resources, most importantly scrap, and while taking on a few enemies, I reached level 42. Upon walking out of my house the next morning, I saw Elsie cooking up the fish soup when all of a sudden a giant duck appeared out of the sky. I mean, she did say she wanted to attract birds. Cooper and Maple weren't so thrilled though.
You get off my ranch! It's outside, duck boy!
They rushed Maple to Fang's clinic, and the duck disappeared again. Well, that got out of hand rather quickly. It is the final day of winter, and just like in any other good game, there's a festival to celebrate the new year. I had some time left before the event, so I did the usual chores around my workshop. Then I saw that I can now collect new type of scrap at the salvage company. Besides aluminium, there's also fiber and mechanical scrap. I installed a yak mill station near the valley, upgraded my civil processor to an industrial one, and after 2 PM, it was time to start the event with some barbecue. This gives me a few festival badges and friendship points for the townies I cook for. After the sun went down, we had a bonfire dance where I showed off my very impressive moves, and lastly, we watched the fireworks together. On the first day of year number 2, I had Cooper and Elsie outside my door. He's upset with me because I helped Elsie with the soup ingredients. Look man, I had no idea that this would attract a giant duck, okay? Elsie was super embarrassed about this, so she left, and so did I. See ya, Coop. It is time for the annual Commerce Guild award ceremony, and I am proud to announce that my workshop took the first place. Get out of here, Jan. What a sore loser. For this you receive a golden award trophy along with some other goodies, which I proudly placed inside my house. I started working on the Magic Adventurer set, upgraded my work table, and then I headed towards City Hall because Musa will decide today if he is going to support our road project or not. And luckily for us, he will indeed financially support us. I didn't expect that, to be honest. I might have judged this guy too harshly before. He is ready to start construction as soon as we can, and for that he brought his experts from Atara. Mint, who we've already met before, and Albert, who I think was also in Portia, though I'm not really sure about that. It's been a hot minute since I played that game. Mian congratulated me on winning at the workshop ceremony. Thank you very much. But it wasn't only her. Everyone in town has a unique dialogue line for that, and I love that. Again, very, very nice detail. Mint and Heidi stopped by the next day to let me know that there's an old world building that sits across the canyon, the place where they want to have the new road. In its current condition, they can't start working over there, so I was tasked to reinforce it with some basic steel panels and braces. Justice told me that Elsie has been missing since yesterday. He asked a few questions in hopes that this might help him, but I'm just as clueless as everyone else in town. Until I read the letter she wrote to me. Elsie is hiding in a cave nearby and asked to come and talk to her, but before doing that, I made my first of many industrial recyclers, gave Rocky and Owen a birthday present, then made my way to the hidden cave. Elsie feels guilty about her mom getting hurt, but she just tried to study the marble ducks up close, since these are supposed to be gentle creatures. Instead of going back home, she wants to go out and find the duck again. So, good luck, I guess. I cleared out the collapsed structure that Heidi mentioned earlier, and now I get why they want me to reinforce this. It really does look unstable. I visited Maple at home and told her not to worry about Elsie. She wants to figure this out on her own, and thankfully Maple respects her decision. We love supporting parents. I finished all the pieces of the adventure set today, but honestly, I didn't really like it that much. The Desert Warrior one is still so much better looking. I made myself 2 Super Dew collectors, which got swapped out with the regular ones. Then crafted 5 of the steel panels and braces, which I placed on top of the old structure. Now it looks a lot safer. This opened up a brand new area called The Bend. Here I can find more fire scrap, jumping desert hoppers, avocado trees, moon, and limestone. Lots of new stuff, which I'll need very soon. While exploring the area, I came across another sand fishing spot, and for that, crafted a professional sand fishing trap. At yet another meeting, Heidi and Mint presented their plan for the Portia Road. This is by far the biggest project we started so far. I mean, you can see how long this road is gonna be. Not only are we building the road, but we also need 2 separate tunnels. And for that, Musa changed his mind and he wanted to use Cheese Robot after all. Before we get to that, we have to clear out some boulders beyond the bridge pass. I don't know why I say we, I alone have to do that, and once that's done, we can blow open an entrance point into the mountain. This whole project got me incredibly excited, so I went to remove the boulders right away after the meeting. And by the way, these were not there yesterday. You're telling me they just appeared out of nowhere overnight? Kinda weird. Since it was a sandstorm, I wanted to take on some elite enemies, like this tunnel worm out in the desert, but I got completely humbled by that guy. Seriously, what is that damage? As I was trying to run away on Torrent, this thing nearly killed me. Yeah, no thank you, I need to be better prepared for this one. Heidi sent me the diagram for the commercial explosive the next day. Am I allowed to handle such things? Either way, I crafted 3 of those at the work table. In town I saw Burgess, Unsure, and Danby protesting. They even made some signs for that. I get that Unsure isn't too happy about us blowing a hole into the mountain, since, you know, he has a thing for rocks, but Burgess and Danby? Luckily, Minister Matilda managed to talk some sense into these guys. I went to the meeting point where Heidi, Mint, and a bunch of people from the construction crew were waiting already. I placed the dynamite near the mountain, and there it is, our starting point for the future tunnel. Now I just have to wait for the drill diagram and we can start on the next step, which I received the very next day. I crafted it and installed it on the mobile suit. He looks so fancy now. Heidi and Chi thanked me for my quick work, and now they can start on drilling inside the mountain. I got a letter from none other than Bronco yesterday, who told me to come visit him at the Blue Moon, and so I did. Penn was also here, and even Justice. He's been gone for quite a while now and had big news to share, for he actually managed to track down Logan's hideout. Maybe this guy really is a professional after all. So after finishing my commissions for the day, we met up at the train station to set our plan in motion. But before we left, Bronco revealed to us that he has a mole. Someone who has been tracking Logan for some time now, and our objective for today is to make contact with this guy, because he's the one who knows the location of Logan and not Bronco. I might have spoken too soon about him being a professional. We followed Bronco around the map, past the Valley of Whispers into a new area behind the mountain, the Badlands. This led us to an abandoned cave, but instead of the mole, we found more bandy rats inside. Bronco said that his informant was supposed to be here right at this spot, though he was nowhere to be found. Something must have gone wrong. There were paw prints on the ground, similar to the ones from the mole, and yeah, Bronco's mole is a literal mole. Good one, Bronco. Upon hearing this, Penn skedaddled out of the cave. He wants nothing to do with this mission anymore, so it was just us four left. We heard some strange noises coming from deeper into the cave, which Bronco recognized and ran ahead. The cave offered some advanced ore like aluminium and magnesium, as well as a few goodies from treasure chests. After a little while, we spotted Bronco again, who managed to track down his mole friend. He was stuck in a cage and being interrogated by a pink robot mirror? Happens to the best of us. We had no choice but to fight the magic mirror, which was pretty easy, though it did want to unleash its ultimate attack. Thankfully, it ran out of power just in time. After that was taken care of, we freed the mole from the cage. His name is Get, and I absolutely love this guy. It seems like the bandy rats and moles are caught up in some sort of political war, which I don't really want anything to do with, if I'm being honest. He will only share his information about Logan if we help them fight against the rats and their queen. We don't really have a choice here anyways, so whatever. The mole lair is across a large open crater with very few platforms to stand on. Not really ideal for us humans. A bit of parkour later, we find ourselves in a once again suspiciously large and open room. I can already smell a boss battle, and we get acquainted with Lumi, Princess of the Mole Kingdom, who has a totally healthy and not creepy obsession with Logan. Kinda like the people over on the subreddit, now that I think about it. Our introduction got cut short once the Rat Queen arrived. She brought the magic mirror with her. It's kinda like a Snow White thing where she asks who the most beautiful is in the lands, so I guess that's why she hates her stepdaughter? I don't know. Turns out I was the fairest in the cave, and I think I got verbally molested by the mirror? Let's not dwell on that. I told the queen that her obsession with appearances is unhealthy. Funnily enough, she agreed on that, which prompted the fight to begin. This was so much easier than the caretaker. She has like 3 different attacks and no health, so yeah, easy peasy. This was over very fast. Deputy Captain joined us after, putting fear into the eyes of the queen, and she promised to leave the princess alone from now on. Or at least that's what she said at first. I guess we have to deal with her later again. For now, the princess and the moles are safe. We held up our end of the bargain, and now it's time for Get to do his part. He said all we have to do is catch Logan's goat. For that, we need roasted rutabaga, place it out in the open, and just wait. Not exactly the information we were promised. Get does indeed know where Logan's hideout is, but he doesn't want to betray his princess, since, you know, she has an unhealthy obsession over him. Starting the next main story mission called The Goat. I already had all the different ingredients to make the recipe, but I needed to upgrade my cooking station. And while we wait for the diagram for that, I went to check out the Badlands and the newly opened up Mole Cave ruins, where I'll be spending most of my free time in the next couple of days. Get came all the way out to my workshop on Sunday because he wants me to introduce him to our mayor. He tells Trudy that the mole people are poor. They do not have a lot of money, so Get hopes that we can agree on an arrangement that could benefit both Sandrock and the moles. The most obvious solution would be to establish a trade route so that we can get access to all the new ores and relics from the Badland ruins. For that, we only need a minecart and to rebuild some of the old rail system up in the mountain. If I could get even more ore shipments, that would be phenomenal. At the Commerce Guild store I bought the aluminium pickhammer and axe recipe, and I saw that my workshop reached a 5-star rating, which I believe is the highest one. With all the new ores and scrap that I had, I was able to upgrade a bunch of my machines, like the grinder, more of the furnaces, and even the assembly station. I didn't know that this would double in size, so I had to move around basically everything I had in my yard, and I think it turned out rather nicely. The new assembly station was a great addition because I can queue up to 3 different items and it will build these automatically as long as I have the right materials on me. Heidi sent me the diagram for the minecart, so I got to test out my new assembly station and installed it in front of the mole cave. Back at my workshop, I upgraded the cooking station and put on the roasted rutabaga. On day 93, we see Elsie coming back home on top of the marble dug. She reunites with her parents and tells them about her journey. Loved the new look and the hair, by the way. She looks so much more mature now. I didn't stay long to talk because I finally had the roasted rutabaga ready. I laid out the bait near the valley and together with Unsure and Justice, we played the waiting game. After a little while, we spotted Logan's goat. We followed it on our horses to a nearby cliff until this happened.
Don't worry about us, partner. After that goat.
What do we do, sir?
Builder! Nobody can survive such a fall.
We have to tell the mayor.
Yeah, we need to.
Miraculously, I'm still alive, thanks to the goat I guess. I followed the path that led me further into the cave, and this place strongly reminds me of a theme park. There's toy enemies, a giant space ride, Super Mario-like jumping pads, and lots of hidden treasure chests. One of the chests had alloy daggers inside, and I have a feeling I'm gonna need these, since close by, Haru stood in my way, the other guy from the wanted posters. He didn't really say much, he just immediately attacked me, so that's kinda rude. On his own, he wasn't that scary, but there's these traps all over the arena that shoot bombs at me, and they deal crazy amounts of damage. Thankfully you can destroy them, which makes the fight much more manageable. After I took care of Haru, he ran further into the cave. I chased after him, where I found none other than Logan himself. Finally, after all this time, we come head to head once more. This time it's a duel, dagger versus dagger. He has really long attack combos that deal a truckload of damage, but since this isn't our first encounter, I knew how to dodge most of them. In the midst of our epic battle, we get interrupted by Grace. I knew she was a spy all along. This is probably the most interesting point of the story so far, as we finally get to hear Logan's side of all of the recent drama that has been going on. And oh boy, they sure left out a lot of details when I was gathering info about him. For example, you guys remember the temple incident, where Logan's pa Howlett lost his life? Turns out that Logan wanted to get his dad to another doctor, but Miguel wouldn't let him. As a last resort, they tried to free him by blowing up a hole into the wall, which, as we all know, didn't quite go as planned. The last words his dad said to him was, "Protect Sandrock, Duvos." So, who exactly is Duvos? This is something that I haven't really mentioned before, but the short of it is, they're the bad guys. Duvos is one of the largest country within the Free Cities, and unfortunately for us, they also happen to have the biggest military force. Musa also briefly talked about Duvos when he was visiting us, that there might be a war in the future. That's why he wanted to relocate us to a safer place, but I'm getting ahead of myself here. After the temple incident, Logan got hurt, so they went into hiding, and during that time the people in Sandrock put out the wanted posters. All they want now is to figure out what Duvos is planning to do here, and that's when they came in contact with Grace. And, well, I'm just gonna let her talk for a bit.
If you haven't already figured it out, I'm not an archaeology student. Not for a while now, anyway. I'm actually an operative of the Alliance Central Intelligence, undercover in Sandrock. I'm here because we believe that there's a spy for the Duvos Empire embedded in Sandrock, and the Empire is involved in some nefarious plan regarding the Eufaula region.
The plot thickens, and they want me to help them investigate. At first I wasn't really sure why they wanted me in on all this, but Grace made a good point. I'm one of the good guys, and can't argue with that. After this first introduction, we get a huge lore dump on all sorts of different things, so I'm gonna try my best to summarize everything quickly. Grace is looking for the Duvos spy who's hiding in Sandrock and goes by the codename Tiger, but hasn't had any luck locating this person. Ever since she came here, Duvos has sent 2 secret messages via Telegram, one saying the water tower is ready, and the other, the water in town has been successfully hidden. She believes that their motive is to withhold water from Sandrock to drive it into ruin, which means the link between Highwind and Atara would be severed. Logan decided to check out the water tower himself, and while doing that, he ran into Penn. Penn had a relic weapon on him, which I believe is illegal, and while blasting at Logan, he ended up destroying the water tower, and as we all know, he blamed that one on Logan. So there is someone hiding water after all. This incriminates members of the church, as they're the ones who are handling all of that. To try and figure out more about this, Logan kidnapped Minister Matilda, though they couldn't get any useful information out of her since we showed up a bit too soon. Oops, I guess. Based on Grace's data, she's certain that whoever is hiding water is doing it in the Sandrock storage, which is located right beneath the temple. During her investigation, Grace discovered that the person who was in charge of the storage construction was none other than Commissioner Yan. I wish I was surprised about this, but I never liked this guy anyways. There's a hidden door inside that room, and for that, they need my help and create an anti-lock system. And by the way, I love these pictures they show while we're talking, they're so cute. Of course I told Grace and Logan they can count on me and that I'll build the anti-lock system. After talking with everyone a bit longer, I headed back outside and made my way towards town. Seems like everyone thought I died during the fall and they held some sort of funeral. Guys, I'm fine, don't worry. Although Bronco did leave town after I went missing because he thought he was responsible for that. I thought we were friends, man. The anti-lock was very easy to make and I handed it over to Grace the following day. She'll let me know once she's ready for the next step. One of my letters this morning was from the Golden Goose Entertainment facility where I get my monthly share of the business, though this time it was negative. I went to check on Katori, who was bombarded by angry investors. Everyone wants their money back, except for Jasmine and Owen. Obviously Katori was devastated, the game center and museum reopening was a total flop, nobody came, and they're also not bringing in enough money. I told her to not be discouraged, I mean it's only been a couple of weeks since the expansion, and not to worry, I'm not giving up on her yet. Later I saw Elsie again with the giant marble duck Daisy, and not gonna lie, she kinda freaks me out a bit. Now that the minecart system is all set up, I can get extra ore shipments, so I signed the contract and immediately upgraded it to the max. Very expensive stuff, but at this point in the game I don't always have time to go cave diving myself, so this is gonna help me out a lot. I had a note outside from Grace on day 95 to meet her at the storage room at midnight. I challenged Penn to a duel that day because I saw there's an achievement for doing so, and I have to admit, even though I don't like Penn, I love that he has a unique voice line for defeating him.
That was incredible! I haven't had such a fine battle since I stumbled upon that den of killbots back in '92. You fight like an army. And wait a second. Have you been working out? Your arms, they're so ripped.
Unfortunately, I didn't get the achievement, for some reason. But anyways, after doing my usual chores for the day, I met with Grace inside the storage room. I used the anti-lock on the hidden door and voila, it opened. Fine work if I do say so myself. Inside were lots of security spotlights. Whoever is hiding stuff down there definitely doesn't want to get caught. Once we deactivated all of the security systems, we discovered a huge old world facility. In the center of it lies a water tank connected with a bunch of pipes. Some of the notes that were laying around revealed to us that, surprise surprise, Yan was in charge of building the valve onto this, so they can control how much water goes in and out. More importantly, the piping is connected to the Peach statue, which means this room is directly under the oasis. The water tank is an old world relic, and somehow this thing produces water. Kinda odd, but that's what it says. Just as we were about to leave, we heard footsteps approaching. We managed to find a secret passage where we hid behind. The people who came in were none other than Pastor Miguel and Penn. Again, we kinda already knew that Penn was one of the bad guys, but Miguel? Sure is a bit weird, but why are they in on all of this? Thankfully they didn't notice us, so we could observe their conversation in peace, and Grace even took some photos of those two. Before heading out, we noticed a letter next to the exit floor written by Mason. You know, the guy we met all the way in the beginning? Yeah, that one. Well, he helped Yan build the piping inside the Peach statue. Now it makes sense why he was so eager to leave town all of a sudden. This is basically all the evidence Grace needs in order to close this case. Upon heading back to my workshop, I saw Haru waiting near the scrapyard. I informed him about the hidden water tank we found and that he and Logan shouldn't have to hide much longer anymore. Sadly, he got captured by Penn while riding back to his hideout yesterday, so that's not exactly ideal. Miguel was only interested in finding out where Logan was, though obviously Haru didn't say a word. Grace was the only person who was not present at this meeting, so to buy some time, I joined the conversation. Which was a terrible idea because now I am accused of aiding Logan as well. I fired back by telling everyone that Penn was the one who blew up the water tower and not Logan. Things started to heat up, though luckily Logan showed up just in time.
Logan! Hang tight, Haru. I've got this.
You giving yourself up, buddy?
Yeah, something like that.
All you are waiting for, get him!
What a welcome. Don't you want to hear what I have to say? Huh? Citizens of Sandrock, what if I told you that there's been a vile plot to destroy your city in action right now? It's better to show than tell.
Penn, stop him!
Logan revealed the pipeline inside the Peach statue and told everyone that it was Penn and Miguel who were behind all of this and that they're working for Duvos. Now the cat's out of the bag, but Miguel didn't want it to give up so easily, and out of nowhere he pulled a gun on Logan. Minister Matilda jumped in front of Logan and took the bullet. Miguel completely lost it at this point and just rambled about Duvos and how it's our only hope of salvation. You get it, dude's crazy. After we took care of Penn and Miguel, there's still one more person we need to expose. I'm talking about slimy old Yan. Being the coward that he is, he made a run for the next train. Luckily, Rocky was there to settle some unfinished business with him, and together we gracefully punched him in the face. That felt incredibly satisfying. I could rewatch this 100 times. We arrested the 3 clowns, and Mayor Trudy told us that the minister's condition is stable, so she'll survive. There will be another trial in the future, since, you know, Logan isn't innocent after all the things he's done. Also, don't mind me and my tired-looking face. This happens when you go to bed after midnight. We may have captured some of the Duvos agents now, but we need to stay on our guard and expect more of them in the future. We still don't know what exactly they had planned with Sandrock, but I doubt they just wanted to tamper with our water supplies. For now, we can take a breather and rejoice that Logan and Haru are back in town. Now that Yan is behind bars, it is up to Mian and myself to take on all sorts of commission work. I mean, we already did that before. And she asked if I could repair the broken Peach statue if I had time. While waiting for the materials to finish, I headed over to City Hall, where Logan and Grace filled everyone in on what they know about Duvos. Trudy wants to contact the Alliance of the Free Cities, but Grace suggested to wait on that, since Duvos has no idea that we already captured their spies. She wants to make contact with Duvos and act as Tiger to see if we can figure out more about their plans. First, we should have a chat with Miguel and Penn, which we'll do tomorrow. I went to get limestone for the statue repairs. The road project is coming along nicely. I kinda forgot about that with all of the recent drama going on. And lastly, I tested out my new sand fishing trap. The next day, I had the required materials to repair the Peach statue. Judy mentioned that the water tank is slowly giving up and that the water levels aren't going up anymore. For now, it's nothing too tragic, we just have to have our usual water conservation policy, but we'll have to look into that once things settle down a bit. I met with Grace at the Civil Corps office to start interrogating our good old friend, Penn. He didn't really give us anything to work with. He claims that Miguel brainwashed him and that he only did all of this for the money. Next up was Miguel. He denied any allegations of him being a Duvos spy and said he simply collaborated with them. I mean, what's the difference, really? The thing is, Miguel knew less about Duvos than we did. He hasn't been in contact with them for many years. It seems like someone wanted to sabotage his plans from drying up Sandrock, and that there's an even bigger plan afoot. Our only hope is to locate the hidden telegram machine in town. For that, we had a look at some of the belongings from our prisoners. Like these fan letters to Penn.
I'm just gonna say it. I've always thought it was weird anyone could ever be into Penn. I mean, sure, he's in good shape. But as soon as he opens his mouth, barf.
That's what I'm saying. Dude is way too far up his own butt. Some of the items had weird messages written on them, or grammatical errors and such. These are indeed codes, or rather a key to a cipher. With these, we can talk with Duvos over on the telegraph while pretending to be Penn. Risky business, but it's our best shot. For that, we need a miniature signal triangulation device to track their exact location. I had a talk with the director and he said we have to build 3 different antennas to be able to track the exact location of the secret telegraph station. I got the diagram for that the next morning, and while we wait for those to finish, I wanted to get my revenge on the mega tunnel worm. Yeah, ranged weapons are kinda broken, not gonna lie. Day 100 is here. I installed all 3 of the triangulators at their designated spots, then went to City Hall where everyone was already waiting for me. We just have to keep Duvos on the line long enough so that the director can locate their station. Thankfully this is a telegram and not a telephone, so they shouldn't immediately notice that it's us they're speaking to. Grace was the one typing in the messages. It didn't seem to work at first, but soon after we got our first response. They are looking for Tiger, which we still don't know who it is. Another message said Tiger has been compromised and switching to plan Zeta, whatever that means. And with that, she was able to locate the station signal. While we were already celebrating our success, Duvos sent one last message saying, "Jam all signals and occupy Sandrock." That sounds kinda bad, no? We knew the risks beforehand, but invading Sandrock? That was definitely unexpected. We are still completely clueless on why they even want to come here, but there's no time to think about that now. We have to get ready for an attack, quick. Director G just happens to have a diagram for a non-lethal air cannon laying around, so that's convenient. At an emergency meeting, Trudy warned everyone in town about the upcoming attack. Because they cut off all our signals, we're completely on our own. Haru volunteered to ride for Atara and Ryan for Highwind as quickly as they can to try and get help from the free cities. The air cannon diagram was already there when I came back to the workshop, so I made one and placed it right in front of City Hall. I was tasked to man the cannon once the forces arrive. There wasn't really much else to do that day. I just watched the sunset together with my buddy Torrent, and not gonna lie, it was scary going to bed that day. Waking up on day 101, I met up with a few of the townies to discuss our battle plan. The Civil Corps, Trudy, Heidi and Hugo will stay on the plaza with me to fend off any attackers. Not long after that, they arrived with the airship. Duvos is here in Sandrock. The air cannon was incredibly satisfying and fun to use. All my hours invested into Call of Duty finally paid off. Our defenses were strong. We were doing pretty good fending off any Duvos soldiers when suddenly Matilda ambushed me and destroyed the cannon. Yep, she's the Devosian spy we've been looking for all this time, known as Tiger. Oh yeah, and Penn is also here, but again, we already knew he was evil. Despite all our efforts, we were defeated and now we're the ones in jail. To make matters even worse, Yan is also back. How unfortunate indeed. He introduced me to Commander Lefu, who wants me to make him a jacuzzi. He promised, as long as I do my job as a builder, nobody gets hurt. To make sure I behave myself and don't sabotage any of their plans, I have Warden Steph watching over me. And unlike all of the other soldiers around, this guy is super friendly, for like, no reason.
Yeah, I can't really tell you, I'm afraid. Just know that we'll be out of here soon, and we're not supposed to hurt anyone while we're here. Those are my orders. I don't know if I should have even told you that.
The whole town felt different that day, almost dystopian. All the townies are locked up in either their apartment complex or at the church, being watched by these strange people. After crafting the jacuzzi, I saw Get stopping by the workshop. He was just a distraction so that I can talk in peace with Logan. He's been hiding out in the old cave, waiting for the trial to start, so he didn't even realize at first that we were under attack. We need to free everyone fast, but before we can do that, we have to take out the turret in front of City Hall, which was being heavily guarded. To cause a distraction, he wants to set up a bomb at the commander's place, but I had an even better idea. Let's place the bomb inside the jacuzzi. I installed the explosive jacuzzi inside the commander's house, and once the bomb went off, I met with Get and Logan at Martel Square to start our liberation, where we come face to face with Yan and his goons, who went down rather quickly. This was kind of a pushover. First we freed Justice and Unsure from jail. While they're heading to the saloon, we took on the soldiers inside the apartments, and last stop was the Church of the Light.
Builder, you betrayed me! I trusted you. I even recommended you to Duvos HQ! But no, you decided to side with these peasants. Now your beloved mayor will suffer the consequence!
Commander Leffu was about to shoot Trudy, but she had a trick up her sleeve, gracefully punching him in the gut while Logan shot at him. The commander had really cool looking dual daggers, wish I could have those, and even a grenade launcher. Despite all that, the three of us combined managed to overcome the commander, and with that, we have successfully taken back Sandrock. Man, these guys really suck at their job. While we did manage to fight back and get rid of the Duvos forces, it is too soon to celebrate since Pen and Matilda are still out there, doing whatever it is they're doing here. The Duvos airship is up at the northern plateau, and Elsie suggested that the Martel Duck Daisy could bring us up there. For that I crafted a hanging basket, mounted it onto Daisy, and together with Justice, Unsure, Grace and Logan, we flew to the plateau. The airship was stationed above a large platform, and it seems like they were trying to excavate something big. Grace will stay behind on Daisy to try and disable an engine or two, while Justice, Logan and I headed inside the unknown facility. The Starship ruins are absolutely massive, and as the name suggests, this used to be an old spaceship launch pad. Further down, we eavesdropped on a bunch of Duvos soldiers. They were looking for a specific engine and a wicked battle robot. That doesn't sound too good. Most of the levels here had these lasers on the wall, which were so incredibly annoying to deal with. This was the first area in the game where I actually felt a bit underleveled for, so thank god I had Justice and Logan with me. Otherwise this would have been rough, not gonna lie. Near an old elevator, Logan spotted a mark on the wall which was used by his paw whenever he encountered monsters. That means that he was here in the very same old ruin when he was still alive. By the way, this is also where we found the secret telegraph machine. Heading further down into the ruin, we spotted Pen next to a massive engine they were trying to pull up. At one point I went into a random room and got swarmed with lasers. That has to be a Resident Evil reference. I had to solve a little puzzle that allowed me to turn the lasers against the soldiers and the robots in here, so now they won't pester me anymore. And I love how they just stand there and not even react to the damage. It's so funny. In the very same room, we found a few belongings of Howlett. And now we finally understand what he tried to tell Logan in his last moments. This is what he was referring to. This is the old ruin he was in and found Duvos' dirty little secret. Logan handed me his paw's old shotgun, so now I have a new ranged weapon. Don't mind if I do. I didn't realize until after recording this, but he also gave me his dad's journal. Basically, he wrote about how he ended up in the ruin, and it seems like back then, Pen was already in town. Speaking about it, as I was trying to cut the ropes from the engine, we got attacked by Pen. I'm getting really tired of fighting this guy. He was about to unleash his relic weapon upon us, so Logan pushed me and Justice aside, but this got us separated for a moment.
Find a way to cut the engine! I'll keep him here!
We can't leave you here, Logan! Logan! Dang, door!
At the same time, Pen revealed to Logan that it was him who killed his dad. He knew that if his pa told anyone about this facility, they'd be locked up within a heartbeat, so he ended up poisoning Howlett. Which I find insanely cowardly, even for someone like Pen. Like, holy crap, I didn't expect that twist at all. While those two were fighting outside, Justice and I came up with a plan to distract Pen. We just need something shiny where he can see his reflection, and conveniently there was a reflective fragment laying on the ground. I broke the power console and joined the battle. It was time to finally get rid of Pen once and for all.
You're too late. This is over.
It's over, Pen! Surrender!
We don't have time for this.
While Justice stayed behind to deal with the arriving Duvos forces, Logan and I went even deeper into the ruins. Also, I got Pen's relic weapon after defeating him, makes me feel like that one guy from Street Fighter. On the lowest level of the ruins, we found none other than Matilda, or rather, Mechatilda. She plays the old woman card, saying that she's just being loyal to her home country and that she has children back in Duvos. Yeah, you're not fooling anyone with that crap. Similar to the Caretaker boss fight, Mechatilda has these shields around her that we need to destroy in order to deal damage to the robot. And I just have to mention it again, I love the boss designs they have in this game. Such a simple but cool looking robot. I love it.
No! No!
It's over. You've lost.
I will never forgive you!
Angry Matilda do be kinda scary, not gonna lie. This phase was a bit more annoying because she spawned some of her minions inside the arena. Dear game developers, please stop putting ads into boss fights. No one ever said, hey, remember Capra Demon from Dark Souls? Yeah, that was awesome. No. No one ever said that. Ever. Smaller robots and soldiers aside, this fight was pretty sick. I really enjoyed that. Logan and I defeated Matilda, but she didn't want it to give up so easily.
Surrender to the Alliance. Never!
Heavy damage identified. Emergency mode engaged.
You darn machine! Come on! Get up! Get up!
Emergency egress system engaged.
I've got you now! Emergency! What?
Ejection in 3, 2, 1.
Did she... Justice!
Did I miss all the action?
It wasn't much.
Now that Matilda was taken care of, we headed back outside, where we saw that the Alliance of the Free Cities finally came to our aid. The last cutscene we see that day is Matilda casually flying in space, and potentially some foreshadowing for the next game? Who knows? We rejoined with our friends at the Yakmel farm and celebrated our victory against Duvos. Matilda, Pen, and most importantly Jan are no more. Sandrock is safe at last. But what now? I finished the main story, so what's next? Yeah, don't worry, there's still so much more to do in this game, trust me. At an emergency town meeting, we get introduced to everyone's favorite non-befriendable NPC, commander of the Alliance forces, Avery. And I cannot wait to properly meet this guy in my time at Evershine. I mean, look at him and his dazzling yellow eyes. For my outstanding work against the Duvos conspiracy and defending the town in need, I received a Medal of Honor from the commander. The Sandrock Hero Medal, to be precise. And by the way, Pen isn't dead, he is currently at the Civil Corps prison until the Alliance will take care of him. Out of curiosity, I'd love to know what he says to you if you ended up romancing him, because this is the last conversation you can have with him. So if I have any Pen lovers watching, then feel free to enlighten me in the comments down below. The Starship Abandoned ruins are open for exploration now, as well as the Hazardous ruins. Now that Matilda is gone, Sandrock doesn't have a minister anymore. Trudy wants Burgess to take over the role as our new minister. He seems like the most obvious choice, so it makes the most sense to me, but he doesn't quite believe in himself. Danby, Trudy and myself tried our best to persuade him, but it just wasn't working. Until Unsure arrived, who suggested that maybe he just needs a fancy hat to give him a confidence boost. I mean, I'm wearing a cool hat, so he might be onto something here. Director Chi was questioning Justice about the Starship ruins we found, and he was absolutely ecstatic once he heard the name of the spaceship, being the Olympia. This means that the people from the old world managed to travel to the stars, and some of them might even still be out there, a few lucky ones who survived the day of the calamity. Matilda's robot had a mysterious chip inside, being the RX-76, which was used in a sword called the Plasma Saber. And this is where I can finally get to use the broken sword I found a while ago in the old cave. The director said that this is gonna take a few days to restore, and I am already super curious how this is gonna look like. While we wait for that to finish, I had a chat with Miguel. He's still convinced that he did the right thing in taking Duvos' side. Weapons and all sorts of old world technology should not be used according to him, and he believes that the free cities are on the path of doom once more. A bit hypocritical if you ask me, since Duvos is also using relic weapons. Maybe he will understand at some point. The rest of the day was spent up at the northern plateau, where I found ceramic scrap, new trees to chop down, gold ore and a new fishing spot. Penn sent me one last letter on 105, where he wrote about his most powerful possession is hidden deep within the ruins. Thanks, I guess. The mysterious man is back in town, where I purchased the pet brand from him, and with that I can finally rename my gecko companion. I ended up with the name Rango. If you know, you know. The Alliance forces were leaving today, taking Penn and the rest of the Duvos soldiers with them. Avery doesn't have much dialogue while he was here a few days, so I'm very excited to see him again. Ever since I made the electric kiln for Amira, her business became more and more profitable. Her products are so popular that she can only sell one ceramic piece per customer. And now the mysterious man wants to sell her pieces as well. Oh, now all of a sudden you're interested? She will only accept the deal if he pays the full price for each piece, and he will only get a dozen at the beginning. A hard bargain, but this guy is so slimy, I'm surprised she even made him an offer in the first place. They agreed on a deal, and I also got my money back, which I loaned them a while ago. I commissioned an advanced cooking station, the second last diagram that I'm missing, then I met with the director near the Starship Ruins entrance. As I said before, this is a huge discovery for him, so I guess he will be hanging around this place for quite a while now. I went to check out the first level of the ruins myself, where I can find zinc and titanium ore, along with some new artifacts. After that I gave Burgess the finished minister hat, and it seems like Unsure was right. This immediately gave him a confident boost for his first sermon. I upgraded my forging machine to the max, made myself a pair of gemstone daggers, and refined both the aluminium pick and axe. So now I finally have some good stats. 106 was the day of Logan's and Harrow's trial. This was a sensitive matter, since at the end of the day, they were still bandits. Yes, Matilda turned out to be the bad guy, but we cannot ignore what they did in the past, like stealing money and the train robbery. Both of them knew what they did was wrong, and they are ready to face the consequences. In this case, that would be from 5 to 1 season in jail and a 50,000 to 500,000 gold fine. Despite all that's happened, most people are in an agreement that they should get a lighter punishment due to the fact that they helped us save Sandrock. From the water conspiracy, Penn and Miguel, the Duvos attack, and of course ex-minister Matilda. I also voted for them to get a lighter punishment. Now that everyone had said their piece, City Hall will decide later about Logan's and Harrow's sentence. And with that, the trial was over. I refined the gemstone daggers, and once again, they were not worth the materials. They are a tiny bit better than the alloy ones, by like 10 attack points, or whatever. I followed one of my side mission markers all the way out next to the moisture farm to a random cave. Inside were a few high-level mobs and a lone treasure chest, which was the treasure Penn wrote about in his letter. This was your most powerful possession? A diamond and a bit of money? I mean, thanks for the free stuff, but I was expecting a bit more. Logan and Harrow are no longer marked as bandits, so I can finally start taking down the wanted posters around town. At Martel Square I saw a man that looked awfully similar to our buddy Yan. Justice wanted to lock him up in prison, which is getting fuller every day now, but Yan was still there. This is Wei, Yan's twin brother, and he's here to take on the job as our new commissioner. Oh yeah, Logan and Harrow are also behind bars, but they only have to stay there for a few days though. Wei is the complete opposite of Yan. He's kind, thoughtful, hardworking, and just a really sweet guy. Classic good and evil twin situation. There will be a Commerce Guild meeting soon where we can talk more about future plans. Burgess had his first sermon as a minister today. I'm not a religious person, but it seems like he was doing well. I decided to explore the first level of the hazardous starship ruins. I very much underestimated this area. I took heavy damage while going through here, but eventually I came to the end of the level. The reason why I went here was because of the ruins token that you can acquire, a special currency used at the vending machine. I was in the mood for a new outfit, so I got my hands on the cool warrior set. It's the same version as the one that I'm wearing, just with a different color palette. And that was an absolute waste of tokens because I ended up with the Royal Desert Warrior set anyways. I have no idea where I got this from, I just saw it in my inventory and I like that one a bit more. If you've seen my latest Stardy run, you know I'm an indecisive person when it comes to fashion. And because I simply cannot help myself, I purchased another set from the Commerce Guild store, the Kitty Duster. Though this one I have to craft on my own, along with a pair of titanium daggers. I upgraded the tailoring machine and started working on the kitty boots. I noticed that I can now select rare scrap to include in my daily deliveries from the salvage company, then hung around the starship ruins and collected materials. I do this almost every day now, so I won't mention this anymore. Justice was waiting for me outside my house on Thursday. People have been hearing strange noises near the canyon and he wants me to help him investigate later. I gave Ernest a birthday present, and after 4 PM I headed to the Commerce Guild. Mayor Judy introduced everyone to our new commissioner, Wei. Heidi was also present, so we can discuss our next step for the road project. Heidi's team stopped drilling about a quarter of the way through the mountain, but to be able to continue, we need to make steel frames to reinforce what they already dug out. The thing is, Heidi already requested these frames a while ago, back when Jan was still working here, but they are nowhere to be found. Turns out that Jan melted them down and resold them as scrap. Additionally, there are countless other commissions that Wei has no records of. So to summarize everything, not only did Jan straight up steal other people's work, he also never paid for overtime, underreported wages, took credit for our work, and even stole rating points. Look, I know that Matilda and Pen turned out to be the main villains, but I still think that Jan is the absolute worst of them all. I played a lot of video games in my life, and rarely has anyone made my blood boil this much like Jan did. What an absolute scumbag. The tip of the iceberg was the large amount of money he stole from the guild, or more like from all of us, even from Jan. 500,000 gold to be exact. Funny enough, Jan was also stealing money from me, but then he just stopped suddenly. I didn't really have an explanation for that. If I have to guess, I'd say he kinda liked me and hoped that maybe I would join Duvos at some point. No idea. In any case, Wei is the best and most honest person alive, and he gave the stolen money back to all of us. Yeah, even the 500,000 for Mian. Heidi still needs those steel frames, so I queued up 10 of them at the assembly station, and after the sun went down, I met with the Silver Corps near the canyon. We hung around for a while, then started hearing strange noises, and suddenly we spotted a purple lizard crawling up from the canyon. It is in fact a giggler. Haven't seen one of these guys ever since the Gecko Station incident. He passed out on the floor, and since he didn't seem hostile, we brought him over to Dr. Fang's clinic. On 110, I finished the last piece for the kitty set. It looks really cute, aside from the weird helmet. The reason why I wanted this so badly is because of the great stats it had. The unupgraded chest piece alone gives me over 40 more defense, plus 1000 health points. That's kinda crazy. It was a glorious day for me because Jan was finally leaving town, accompanied by an Alliance soldier of course. He's gonna be locked up in the Ataran Correctional Facility and hopefully for a very long time. The soldier had a few questions for me. Since I worked so long for Jan, I'm a key witness, and if anyone had something good to say about him, he'd get a reduced sentence. Yeah, you wish buddy, you wish. I told him that I've never seen Jan work inside the workshop, ever. I've been saying this since day one, this guy never lifted a finger. Obviously, that meant his workshop points were also fake. You simply cannot get points if you're not working, it's just how it is. And the last question was if I could say anything about Jan's charming personality. I love how many options you get here. The developers, they know what they're doing here. They know there's not a single person out there who likes Jan. I looked at this for a solid 5 minutes and I thought 0 redeeming qualities seemed like the best answer. Now that I see it again, maybe I should have taken you would have a difficulty finding a worse person anywhere, but regardless, he's gone now. Finally, I don't have to see this loser anymore. Now that that's over with, I requested the final diagram from the director, the one for an advanced jewelry machine, and with that I have unlocked every single diagram available from both of the lists. There's probably still a few story-related ones, but at least now I don't have to check here anymore. Grace let me know that she'll be going back to Atara tomorrow morning. I do hope that she comes back to visit us at some point. Would be a shame if that was the last time we see her. I understand it's her job and all, but it's still sad that she had to go this soon. There was a bunch of new crafting recipes at the Commerce Guild store, but I'll wait on buying these for now as I was saving up on another yard expansion. Logan and Haru are out of prison from today on. Like I said, they had a very short sentence, which means I can finally start befriending this guy. Today I visited Miguel again. He's had a lot of time to think about his past actions, and it seems like he had a change of heart. When he shared the cell together with Penn and that one Duvos commander, he tried to talk with them about his beliefs to try and find common ground, but the only thing Levo wanted after all was more land for his people. Nothing more, nothing less. I keep forgetting that he still doesn't even know what Matilda and Penn were trying to do here, so I shared the knowledge that I had. They were trying to excavate one of our old ruins for a powerful military engine. Ironic indeed. I do feel for him. He believed he was doing the right thing, in a weird and messed up way, but still. I wonder how long he's gonna stay in here, and if he's actually allowed to still live here after his sentence is over. Last thing I did that day was to visit Logan in his old home. Together with him, Haru and Andy, we cleaned up any dirt around the house. Also, I didn't realize this at first, but Logan isn't wearing his mask anymore. How about that? Sunday morning, I said my final goodbye to Grace. She even gave me an old photo so that I can remember her. Surely, this isn't the last time we see her. But for now, she's off to Atara. Justice reminded me that we still have this pink robot that we got from the Rat Queen. He wants to ship it off to Atara so that they can study it, but Heidi and I actually wanted to keep it here. To be able to use it, I just need to make a power cell and repair some of the damaged parts. I had enough money now to finally expand my yard once more. These upgrades are getting ridiculously expensive at this point. I rearranged my machines and buildings at the construction junction, you know how it goes, expanded the house a bit, and even added a second floor. After this, I was completely broke. I couldn't even afford a door for the room expansion, but I'll come back to that once I have more money again. I crafted the power cell later and repaired the robot. Her name is Rosie, and it seems like she's only responding to my commands. Justice was still against keeping her here, but it doesn't seem like she's hostile anymore, so she was allowed to roam around freely. It is the first day of summer, and I had Logan waiting outside my house this morning. People sure love hanging around my place. He's here to do his community service and asked if he could assist me with anything today. Since I still want to do more ruin diving, I said that we could go on an adventure together. Okay, fine, I pressed be my boyfriend for the day, but he wasn't having any of that, so adventure time it is. The second level of the Starship Ruins is pretty tough, and I didn't really want it to go through here alone, so together with Logan, this was a lot easier. Well, sort of. Sometimes he just stood there without doing anything, but yeah, with that, I completed every level of the Hazardous Ruins. Day 114 started off with a cutscene. We see Heidi's team finishing up inside the tunnel when suddenly a giant worm popped out of the ground and started attacking the workers. My favorite enemy. Some of us were called to an emergency meeting to find a solution for our new monster problem. Justice said that we could get rid of them pretty easily, but we need something that keeps them from coming inside the tunnel for good. It seems like the creatures are only attracted by noise, and to tackle that, Elsie suggested that we should build a monster whistle, a device invented by Howlett which produces a range of high frequencies that can keep any monster away. As I was checking my mail for the diagram, I got jump scared by Heidi and Rosie. Because I am the most beautiful person, according to the mirror, she will only respond to me and no one else. Rosie wants to work in my yard, help around the workshop, and who am I to turn down a free servant? Yes, please. Besides helping around the yard, Rosie can also give me a makeover, which is nice I guess, but I'm good. For now her abilities are pretty basic, she can collect all the stuff from my machines and also refill the water tank, but if I want her to do more, I need to find or buy more of her upgrade chips. While strolling around town, I saw Heidi talking with Haru. He wants to go to a university, but is unsure if he has the qualifications for that.
What if my self-taught methods don't allow me to fit in at Atara U?
Exactly. Heck, I used to squabble with my professors all the time. I got back to Sandrock and realized I was learning way more being on the job than I did from lectures.
Huh? You used to argue with your teachers? Were you allowed to do that?
I used to argue with some of my teachers. They're just humans, like the rest of us. I met with Logan and Elsie in front of the tunnel entrance to start installing the whistles. I don't even know why Elsie was here. She didn't do anything, she just stood around and watched us fight, so that's cool. I get that she doesn't want to fight the animals, but then don't be a monster hunter. That's kinda like a big part of the job. Anyways, after some time, we reached the end of the long tunnel, where an old friend was waiting for us. This time she was helping us fight though. I knew how to deal with this guy, just stand in the back and shoot with the rifle. Peak gameplay. Once we defeated the worm, I broke open the last pit of the tunnel, installed the final whistle, and we enjoyed the beautiful view across the southern Eufaula. The tunnel is safe again and almost completely done as well. My grinding in the Starship Ruins paid off that day as I reached the final level where I can find every single type of ore in the game. So now whenever I'm low on something, I can just go here instead of having to pay a fee for all of the different locations. The next morning I had once again Logan outside my house. He let me know that Haru will be leaving the day after tomorrow to go and study in Atara. Logan is gonna host a farewell party at his old hideout and I am invited to join them as well. Mint is back again in Sandrock. He's here to give us an update on the Portia road and they already completed their tunnel, same as we did. With the tunnel being finished, we can now move over to the next and final step, paving the road and building a bus station. One of the main reasons why we started this whole project was to get more water supplies, so I'll be handling the commissions for a water tank bus. At the Silo Corp's office, Justice awarded Unsure with the deputy title. Also, Unsure is in jail because his pet rock Wilson landed in the oasis and he jumped inside the water to save him, even though that's illegal. That's why he's in jail, but Justice made up a loophole so he can out there sooner because he just cannot be bothered with that right now. He wants me to make a new hat for him. He even came up with a whole new design, being the super deluxe deputy hat. I crafted one for Unsure and one for myself. I do like it, but I still prefer the Yak Boy hat. The following morning I got immediately teleported to the clinic because our lizard friend has finally woken up. At first it seemed like he was suffering from a severe memory loss, but after another blackout, he remembered that his name is Larry and he is the president of the Gigglers? What? You mean the very first boss we encountered? A silent demon looking guy? A dude must have lost like 100 kilos or something. There's a whole lot of Giggler lore that gets thrown around here. They have some sort of holy book where it's written that the Gigglers have to take over Sandrock or something, but it turned out to be a random company handbook with a few turnout pages. In any case, I do feel kinda bad for him. He lost his family, his job, and he doesn't even have a home anymore. Trudy offered to help him out and said that he's allowed to stay until he gets better. Back at my workshop, I got the diagram for the bus as well as the station sign. The bus design is the exact same one you make in Portia. It's so cute, I love it. I did some sand fishing while waiting for time to pass, and after 6 PM, I met up with the boys at their old hideout. Logan and Andy were getting the food ready, and in the meantime, I helped Haru pack some of his stuff. I do think it's a bit weird that he's already leaving. I mean, they've only been back in Sandrock for what, 1.5 weeks? Haru even said himself that he doesn't want to leave anytime soon, and now he kinda is.
Flashback. I don't see myself going to Atara anytime soon. Very well, Logan. I'll hold on to this for us, if it'll make you feel better. But you should know, I don't plan on leaving you and Andy behind anytime soon. End of flashback.
I understand that he wants to study and all, but I feel like he should have stayed a little bit longer. Just my 2 cents. But never mind that, Haru introduced me to his goat Merle, and since he cannot exactly take her on the train, He asked if I could take care of her while he's gone. I mean, obviously I'm gonna take care of Merle. Look at her, she's the most adorable creature on the planet. Well, along with my boy, Nemo, of course. We ended the night with some slightly burned but delicious food that Logan made. And on Saturday, we accompanied him to the train station and waved goodbye. Man, I'm spending a lot of time at the train station lately. It wasn't only us three who were here, Merle also came to say farewell to Haru. Goats are a special type of mount that cannot be bought from the store, and dear lord, she is fast. Really fast. As I was running around with my new friend, I found this new structure next to the Shonash Bridge, which I assume is gonna be the upcoming bus station. I came across Unsure inside the saloon. He seemed kinda down, so I offered him some company. This was kind of a weird conversation. First he talked about being the new deputy. It's all he ever wanted in his life, but it didn't change anything, that everything is still the same, and suddenly the conversation was about us two. And...
well, whatever happens, I want you to know I love you.
Okay? Why, dude? There are flirt options in the game, indicated by the heart next to a dialogue line, and I swear to god, I've never pressed that once when talking with Unsure. Like, I like Unsure, but not in that way. I thought he would elaborate a bit more on that, but nope, he just stood up and left. So... anyways, I was busy with remodeling. Now that I have some money again, I attached a second floor onto the house and decorated inside. Which continued on Sunday. And yeah, I mean, it's not perfect, but it definitely looks more organized now. I installed the notice board near the newly built bus stop, and that's about it. I didn't really do anything else that day. I guess I was still mentally recovering from the conversation I had with Unsure yesterday. Moving on to day 120, where we see our very first bus ride happening from Sandrock to Portia. From now on, we'll be getting more water supplies and hopefully also see more tourists around town. With the road project being concluded, we are officially at post-story endgame content. What does that mean? Well, there's still a few main missions and a good chunk of side story quests, but it's not like before where I had a main mission almost every day. So to keep it interesting for you guys but also for myself, I made a few personal goals at this point. First off, I want to try and fully upgrade my yard. I'm not really sure if this is actually possible. As I said before, the yard expansions get more and more expensive, and I am limited to only 4 commissions per day, and if I have to skip days just to do commissions that earn a limited amount of gold, that doesn't really sound too fun to me, but we'll just see. Second, I want to catch at least 1 legendary fish. I only learned about those recently, and I have very little knowledge about them, but they exist, and I want me one of those. Lastly, I finally want to romance someone, and if it's not obvious by now, that someone is Logan, because that's what you guys voted for. I don't even know why I had a poll up for this. I already knew beforehand that you guys would vote for him. Grace sent me a letter the next morning. Everything went smoothly back in Atara, and she already jumped right back into that busy lifestyle of hers. Larry was filling in for Logan at the saloon and asked if I could deliver the finished dishes to the customers. Funny enough, he's not a befriendable NPC, so I guess he won't stay in Sandrock forever. Which is a shame, because I actually really like this guy. Even though he did try to kill me once, but I'm not someone to hold grudges. I informed myself about the legendary, or rather king-sized fish that the game has to offer. Turns out that you can catch them at pretty much any sand fishing spot, you just have the right bait for it. Since I had a buttload of sandworms, I was aiming for the Sandfish King. I got bored after a few hours and tried a different kind of bait, and actually had more luck with that. A Sandakuda King appeared, I carefully aimed my trap, and I reeled it in. That was a lot easier than I thought it would be. On Wednesday I was once again busy with crafting all sorts of different machines and gadgets at the assembly station, which got donated towards the museum. For contributing exactly 90 items, I received 500 tokens for the game center and an antique billboard. The game tokens was just what I wanted because with these I can get the Raven's Wing. Really cool looking daggers with good crit damage. I saw they also had a sandfish aquarium. I really wish I checked this a bit earlier because I just donated the Sandakuda to the museum. Whoops. It didn't matter too much anyways, as the aquarium is massive. I don't have any space for that, so I'll have to expand again at some point. Later that day, I was invited to dinner at the Blue Moon, along with a few of the other townies. This little get-together was about the future of Sandrock. The road project is done now, so what's next? Well, Mian and Zeke want to plant another batch of trees in the outback, and if this is as successful as the Gecko tree planting area, this could block sandstorms almost entirely. The sand at the outback is a lot drier over there, which means we'll need a small irrigation tower, and I offered to build that one. Next up, Heidi proposed to build a new school. There's a perfect spot for that where Matilda's old house was. There hasn't been a school in Sandrock for many decades, ever since a giant sandstorm quite literally just blew it away. If we get a new education system going, then we might even get more people to move here. To get started on both the school and the water tower, Commissioner Wei sent me a bunch of diagrams the next day. I made all three of those at the assembly station, the school clock, irrigation tower frame, and water tank. Mian and I had a look at the school construction where we bumped into Heidi and Trudy. Turns out that Heidi had a different school model in mind, but due to the recent Duvos attack, there was only so little money left, so they had to settle on a low-budget plan. Mian was curious about the original plan and asked if money was really the only reason why they had to change plan. Mian thinks that the new school building is invaluable to our town, and she offered to donate a meager sum of 500,000 gold. She's been sitting on the money for quite some time and didn't want to use it for anything up until now. Judy didn't want to accept at first, but Mian was adamant about making this donation. In the end, Judy agreed, but she will only take the budgeted amount and not a coin more, since 500,000 is way too much anyways. I had a chat with Zeke later about our new tree planting project. He's not so confident this time, as we don't know how well the algae will perform in the new environment. The plan for now is to plant 100 trees and then we can take it from there. I made my way over to the new spot, made sure to give Logan a present while he's here as well, and planted over 50 Saxhol tree saplings. Yes, I ended up placing half of those myself, which took ages. And lastly, I built a new irrigation tower. On Friday I had a meeting with Elsie, Logan and Trudy. There's an old outpost in the desert where Howlett used to operate from, and now Logan wants to rebuild it and take over his father's old job. All we need are a few materials to repair the structure, and that is of course my job. For that I only needed a bit of granite, magnesium alloy and acacia wood. Logan will clean up a bit inside, and once that's done, he'll invite me to a little housewarming party. While collecting desert mushrooms later, I saw the bus driving around and I was delighted to find out that yes, you can also ride the bus, same as in Portia. My FPS dropped completely when I'm on this thing, not really sure why. Out of curiosity, I wanted to see how far this will take me. Unfortunately, he dropped me off right before the tunnel. A fierce sandstorm came to welcome us on day 127, as well as a new visitor.
Thank you. It's so hard.
Penny is a musician from Highwind and she's gonna stay a few days in Sandrock. We took shelter at the nearby saloon where I introduced her to Cooper and Hugo. I haven't mentioned this before, but those two actually play in a band called Kugo, and they perform every Wednesday in front of the saloon. I play without music on, so that's why I haven't bothered checking it out before. But anyways, after sharing a few tunes back and forth, they decided to have a fun music competition in a few days from now on. To be able to actually perform, I offered Penny to build a new guitar for her. She needs something really sturdy that can survive the sandstorm and not immediately break like the other one she had. Before doing that, I went back to my workshop where I crafted a fire-powered generator. Basically, it provides fuel for all of my machines, and man, I really wish I made this sooner. It's so handy. While strolling around yesterday, I found an old necklace in one of the random ruins around here. It had a weird symbol on it, which I showed to Hugo. He recognized the metal and said it belonged to one of the most skilled blacksmiths from the old world, a man by the name of Sin. To get more information out of this, we consulted the director. She combined a power stone with it, which made the necklace lit up, and he said that the people of the old world used this technology to mark areas of interest. Now that the beacon is active, I should return to the ruins since this might reveal a new area to me. After that I went to have a chat with Ryan, who was still sleeping in his bed. My guy, it is almost 11:30 in the morning, what are you doing? He said that I need something sturdy, air-dried, drought-resistant, primo wood. I thought for once he would actually help out with his commission, but nope, he just gave me the recipe and then went straight back to sleep.
This is not okay. This needs to stop now.
I'm just gonna say it, Bambi deserves so much better. I know I said before that I think that both of them are really boring characters, but at least Bambi is actually working around here and doing her part to help out Sandrock. This guy? How does he even afford a house? Anyways, for the new guitar I only needed a bit of acacia wood and metal, which I had plenty of. I crafted one and handed it over to Penny. I met with Logan in front of the outpost, where I got to test out my new daggers on some nearby enemies. Once those were taken care of, he showed me around inside, and I have to say, this place sure looks cozy. Last thing I did today was to go back to the ruins where I found the old necklace, where I encountered weird looking robots, called the Guardians of Sin. And while they are a lot lower level than me, they deal a ton of damage with the flamethrowers they have. Inside this room I found a door that opened thanks to the necklace I have on me, which led me to an old workshop building. At least that's what it looked like at first. I repaired the console, blast furnace and cooling equipment with a few materials I found laying around. Upon finishing the repairs, a recorded message started playing by Sin himself. The robots I encountered before are here to protect his most sacred tools, but they're also here to test my strength. I wanted to share this new info with Hugo, but upon returning to town, we were under attack by the Guardians. Not this again. We just had an invasion, guys. Luckily, there was only a few of them around, so together with the Civil Corps, we disposed of any of the remaining robots. Hugo was reluctant at first to activate the forge, since this is an old world relic and it uses alloy from the Age of Corruption. I persuaded him by saying if we don't do it, someone else will do sooner or later. I had to track down more Guardians to get the old world alloy, and once I had 40 pieces, I was able to power the machine. This revealed some sort of molding chamber, and from that, I acquired the Tree of Life. I really enjoy these little missions for unique gear, because I think this is optional content they implemented later on, as I don't remember any of this from my first playthrough. Sadly, this is a sword and shield, and I have 0 stats invested into this weapon class, so it was basically useless to me, which is a shame because I love the design of it. Fingers crossed that there's also a mission for special daggers. On Wednesday morning, I met with Trudy, Zeke and Mian at the test planting area. The latest sandstorm completely destroyed the field, but what's even worse, the algae isn't working this time, and for some reason the trees also consume way more water. Well, at least the irrigation tower is still standing. Zeke mentioned that we should contact Professor Law from Highwind to help us find a new solution and study the soil. For now, there's nothing more we can do here. Trudy will send a telegraph to the university and hopefully they'll reach out to us soon. Back in town, I saw that the school building has been finished and I got to meet Jane, our new teacher. She wants to make the classroom feel more homey and asked if I could craft some furniture for that. I had to purchase a bit of salt for the recipes, and I noticed that Owen had new products in stock, like perfume apples and royal jelly. This really makes me want to play Portia again. I don't know, maybe in the future. I made one children's tent, a standing lamp and Yak Boy rocking chair, placed the decorations inside the school, and it looks even more cozy now. Sure wish my school looked like this. There was a little get-together in front of the building the next day, also to introduce the parents to Jane, and with that, the school is officially open now. Since this was only possible thanks to Mian's generous donation, the building has been named after her, Mian's Institute of Telesis, or MIT for short. Logan's gotten a tip from a tourist the other day that someone has been using his name to scare people out in some random cave. Obviously, he cannot let that slide and asked if I wanted to join in. And of course I said yes. We'll meet tomorrow in front of the outpost. While handing out commissions later, I reached level 50. Which allowed me to craft the Ningulu daggers, however you pronounce that. Today was another City Hall meeting where Trudy introduces us to Professor Law, who came all the way out here to help us with Operation Greenland. Nia came along as well. As we all know, the Little Woods was a great success. using the algae we found in the Shipwreck ruins, everything turned out as we hoped. Our second attempt in the Outback, however, not so much. The algae was not effective enough and the water consumption was way too high. Professor Law is confident that they can figure out a way to make the algae more potent, but the water on the other hand is a completely different problem. Director Chi mentioned that another water shortage would be adverse to his teaching. Director Chi mentioned that another water shortage would be adverse to his tea drinking habit and asked why we're not just using any of the water from the Starship ruins. Yeah, so turns out there's been an atmospheric water generator sitting right next to us all this time. He just hadn't mentioned it up until this point as he thought it was obvious. Good one, Director. Justice and I will check that out a bit later. Right now, I had more important matters to tend to, exposing the fake Logan. We made our way to an old desert cave and headed on in. Not too far inside, we encountered a few traps, probably laid by whoever is in here, and heard two guys talking in the distance. They went to check out the trap we just triggered, and it seems like Logan actually knew these guys, being Donkey and Mule. Yes, classic bandit names, I guess. We confronted the fools about the fake name they've been using, and apparently they used to work for Logan. Kind of, I guess. They managed to trap a monster down here and just wanted to scare away the tourists so they could deal with the beast in peace. They made a run for it, and Logan suggested that we should check on the beastie ourselves. We went deeper inside the cave, where I got carried away and set off a trap. Logan jumped in front of me and took the arrow, and now we have to deal with the beast. The monster was yet again another tunnel worm. Again, I'm getting really tired of fighting these guys. After we defeated it, we quickly rushed back home since Logan was severely injured. Dr. Fang patched him up as best as he could. He was poisoned by the arrow, but he said he'll be fine. I don't know how I managed to drag Logan out of the cave, considering he is twice the size of me, but somehow I did. My new weapon was finished once I returned to the workshop. Unfortunately, it's a greatsword and not a dagger. The next upgrade I was looking for was the Runium, but I am missing the materials for that. It's a running joke at this point. Today was the big showdown at the Blue Moon stage. Both Kugo and Penny played a short song of their liking, and after that everyone got to vote for whoever we think was better. I ended up voting for Penny simply because I like her and I think she's cute. And I also don't like Cooper. It came down to a tie, and once Hugo wanted to reveal the last paper, Banjo jumped on his head, which made him drop the vote, and it flew away. Well, now we're never gonna find out who won, but Penny said that it doesn't really matter. All that counts is that they had fun, and in the end, they decided to team up and play an encore together. Which I'm not gonna play here as I am scared of getting copyrighted. Seriously, it happens like every second video I upload. With the show being concluded, Penny left for Portia the following morning. She thanked me once again for making the guitar, and she's off to catch the new bus. I met with Chi and Justice near the Starship ruins, and we began our search of finding another entrance that leads to the hidden lab. After a little while, we found it and headed inside. Chi immediately spotted the water generator, which was far larger than he ever expected it to be. He ran ahead to find the control room, and we followed in close pursuit. This place wasn't really any different from the Starship ruins. It looked almost identical inside, so I don't think I need to show this. Once we found the control room, the director confirmed that the generator is still intact, and even better, it has an automatic maintenance system built into it. Now we just have to share the good news with Trudy and somehow connect everything with the town. Later that day, I went to check up on Logan, where this happened. What? What is this game? And why are you half naked?
Don't go.
Am I allowed to show this on YouTube? And with that, we are officially dating. Only took 130 days, but it was worth the wait. I really enjoy how much love the devs put into the romance system. It's unlike any other game I've played. Well, aside from The Sims, I guess. Sure, I could have given Logan the heart knot a long time ago, but then I would have never seen this magnificent cutscene. I couldn't possibly miss out on that. We're skipping ahead to 134 for an early fireside meeting. Despite the incoming water supplies from Portia, it's still not enough. especially now that we want to plant even more trees in the outback, but with the recent discovery of the water reservoir out in the northern ruins, this might solve our water issue once and for all. Heidi already came up with a great plan for that. Since the facility is located on an elevation, it will take less energy to transfer the water. Mason and Yan already connected the auxiliary tank to the Sandrock storage, so all we have to do is to connect the reservoir to the tank here and the water will be in our system. We just need a whole lot of big pipes and a pump. I offered to make the ones for the north-south route and Mian will do the east-west route leading towards the outback. I didn't really have anything else to do that day, so I attended to that right away. I made the pump, 1 bracket and 3 diversion pipes. I installed the first batch next to the moisture farm and the rest near the facility. I honestly don't know how I transport these massive pipes around. I know this is a game and all, but it always looks so silly seeing these ginormous metal structures made and carried around by a single person. Mayor Trudy said this calls for an official ceremony to declare this project successful, and asked if I would do the honor of cutting the ribbon. I mean, duh, of course I would. The ceremony was on Wednesday morning.
Thank you, Builder Commissioner Wei Mian, for your efforts in bringing the water project to fruition. Thank you everyone for your support and generous donations. And thank you to Director Chi for finding the reservoir. This was truly a united effort, and now I hereby officially declare the city-state of Sandrock no longer has a water shortage.
The oasis is filled to the brim with water now, so much so that we can no longer cross between the rocks in the middle. So that's a bit unfortunate. Might need a bridge for that in the future. Right after the ceremony, we had a smaller town meeting. Even Larry was here. Professor Law has been conducting over 100 experiments on local samples ever since he arrived here with Nia, which has given him valuable info on the algae and soil. The soil quality in the outback is completely different from the one closer to town. The moisture level is so low, making it unsuitable for water retention. I mean, okay, we already knew that. Together with Logan, the professor went to check on the algae we found in the Shipwreck ruins, but it was all the same type. He believes that these old world ships must have a laboratory close by where they could test the algae samples. And conveniently, Logan remembered seeing a place like this. Back when his dad was still alive, they chased a bunch of gigglers to an old world ruin not far from the Portia tunnel. They had to return after a short while as they both gotten a severe headache once they entered the facility. Larry recognized the location based off Logan's description, and turns out this is actually the Giggler headquarters. He offered to come with us and disable the machines inside that gave Logan a headache, as it seems like the Gigglers are unaffected by the noise it creates. We'll also need the mobile suits since the entrance is blocked off by a bunch of rocks. Earlier I've gotten a letter from Nia, who invited me to come check out Mount Roxand as there's a famous tree located at the very top of it. I made my way up to the mountain, which gave me a pretty nice view over the new waterfall we have, thanks to the increased water supplies, and there's even a permanent rainbow sitting across the bridge. I got to install a new yak mill station on the peak, where I met again with the professor, Mian, and Nia. This tree is known as the Mountain Widow. Back when the first people settled in Sandrock, there used to be a lot more of them, but now there's only one of a kind left. This tree is so incredibly old, it somehow managed to survive the Age of Darkness. The professor believes that it may be near impossible to save this tree as it's been withering away for so long, but he'll try to study it as best as he can as long as he remains in Sandrock. By the way, the panorama view up here is absolutely breathtaking. I don't know how well this game runs on consoles, but on my PC, this is butter smooth. On 137, I got the diagram for a mini power drill. This is in fact not for the mobile suit, I can just carry that around myself, which is pretty handy. Once I destroyed all of the boulders, I headed inside the lab, accompanied by my two besties. Larry already went ahead to turn off the machine inside. He was supposed to rendezvous with us at the entrance, but he was nowhere to be seen. Not too far in, we heard lizard sounds coming from a distance, both from Larry and a female lizard by the name of Xena. I pressed on further ahead exploring the lab, and let me tell you, this place was A-grade creepy. There was tons of old notes and logs laying around, and I'm not the person to read a lot of stuff in-game, but this was really interesting. Basically, these scientists that used to work here created the Gigglers, and probably every other hostile enemy we see. And even worse, they used to experiment on them. One note revealed that this guy felt a strong bond to one of the lizard hatchlings, as she reminded him of his own kid that had passed away. Every single experiment has chips implanted into their brains, which kinda reminded me of the evil within. Like I said, being here genuinely made me uncomfortable. After reading up on more creepy Sandrock lore, we found ourselves in, yet again, a suspiciously large and open room. You know what that means. In the middle of it, we see Larry and Xena held hostage by Gary, the new Giggler president. While Nia held off Gary, I dealt with the random mobs around the arena. Meanwhile, Logan just watched from the side. He was completely buggy during this mission. I don't think he killed a single enemy, so that's always nice. Alone, Gary was relatively easy to deal with, as every mob, and even bosses, get stunned by ranged weapons, which just never gets boring. Gary has been defeated, and Larry reunited with his wife, Xena. I salvaged the advanced algae incubators, and as we wanted to return, Larry said that he'll be staying behind so he can settle things with Gary and the company. We showed the algae samples to the professor, who went straight away to the lab so he can start working on the new incubators. And on the very next day, Nia already informed me about the research they conducted. Boy, people sure work fast here. Do you even sleep at all? The algae is exactly what we were looking for. It's not only rich in nutrients, but also has a decent water retention. As expected, we need new incubators to produce the higher quality algae. I crafted one, same as Mian and Wei, and we installed those inside the moisture farm. I handed Logan a birthday present, which fully maxed out my relationship with him. Then I had a chat with Chi, as he finally restored the broken sword I gave to him weeks ago. Since I was the one who found it, he actually allowed me to keep the finished design, rewarding me with the Alter RX 76. And honestly, this might be the coolest weapon in the entire game. Now I'm more of a hammer, greatsword, big weapon type of person, which is ironic considering I've been using tiny daggers this whole time, but in any other game. Though this katana is so much fun, brings me straight back to Sekiro. I went back to the lab later because there's a brand new area sitting right next to it, ready for exploring. Also the perfect opportunity to test out my new ninja sword. Besides a million enemies strolling around, I found new materials like sand coral, nano waste, which I've been looking for quite a while now, poplar and agave trees, and the last sand fishing spot on the map. Here I can find every single type of fish as long as I have the right bait on me. And what do you know, 2 minutes later a king-sized fish appeared. I caught it, and with that obtained the Horned King Ader. This time I'm not gonna donate it to the museum, that's for sure. To be able to actually use the new materials I found, I purchased a few diagrams from the Commerce Guild shop. Then I had yet another chat with the director, who's been working on a new upgrade for the mobile suit, which should help us drastically with desert farming. I crafted the 2 upgrades, installed both of them, and now we only need a suitable pilot. The director wants to have a little competition between us to see who has more talent as a Gungam driver. For this we need a judge, of course, which Trudy volunteered for. This kinda reminded me of a driver's license test. First she asked a few questions, which I passed flawlessly, and then we had an operational test. For this I just had to pick up a box and transport it from one table to another. Easy peasy. The director, on the other hand, was struggling a bit, to say the least.
I am Gungam.
Trudy announced that I'm more fit to drive the suit, which made me feel kinda bad for the director, but maybe that's for the best. After our little competition, I visited Dr. Fang in his clinic to deliver some homemade mapo tofu. This is a quest I started a very long time ago, and this is for people who want to romance Fang, as he cannot accept hard nuts before doing this. I think, at least. I'm not sure. I'm not the biggest fan of him, if I'm being honest. On Monday morning, I was busy in the outback as the new algae samples were ready for another test planting. As we discussed yesterday, I was allowed to use the mobile suit for that, which significantly sped up the planting process. It is a bit wonky to control this thing, but it was definitely a lot faster as well. After planting over 100 trees, the professor announced his work is done here and he'll be returning to Highwind along with Nia. Justice informed me that the Underlab is now open for exploration. Unlike the hazardous ruins, these areas have waves of enemies you need to fend off, kinda like Call of Duty zombies, and they are much more difficult. I am a bit underleveled even for the first area, and the rewards seemed kinda meh, so I never ended up doing any of these. Logan asked me out on our very first date today. We rode together on top of Rambo to a hidden spot out in the desert where he cooked up some food for me. Logan has been writing to Haru ever since he left, and he even told him about our relationship, which I thought was a nice touch. You can go on a date with your partner pretty much every day, but I kind of forgot about this mechanic until after recording everything. I'm not being a bad partner, I'm just an idiot, I promise. The following day, I waved goodbye to Professor Law and Nia. Turns out, she actually never ended up going on that train. Ever since she finished her studies, she's been thinking about moving here, and now it seemed like the perfect time. She can continue her work by helping out Zeke at the moisture farm. Speaking about people and moving, Judy mentioned that she's gotten a few inquiries from people wanting to move to Sandrock, and asked if I could fix up some of the old buildings around town. For that I only had to repair the exterior, and with that, we welcomed over 8 new residents to our town. All of the newcomers have very basic dialogue lines, and you cannot befriend them, though it doesn't really matter, it's just nice to finally see more people roaming around Sandrock. After doing my usual commissions on Wednesday, I met with Katori, Heidi, Judy, and Justice near the Valley of Whispers. Katori announced that after a lot of thinking and back and forth with her family, she decided to continue working on her dream, Katori World. Now that the game center is bringing in more money, and with the new school building, they decided that her son Allo can now live in Sandrock together with his mom. Katori wants to open an amusement park, and she thinks that the valley would be the perfect location for that. I thought at first this was kind of an odd choice, but upon rewatching this, it actually makes a lot of sense. For a theme park, we need tons of free space. The desert is way too hot and unstable, but the valley seems like the perfect spot for that. Well, aside from the roaming enemies. To be able to make this area secure, we just have to block off the breach down there, as this is where all of the monsters come from. Unsure will stay behind to look for any stragglers outside, while Justice, Logan and myself went to check out the ruins. I had to bring the vacuum cleaner with me as there was loads of green slime inside. Apparently this used to be some sort of shampoo factory. And this is where I finally started to appreciate my ninja sword. I haven't noticed this before, but this thing has a special perk called Lifesteal. And as the name suggests, it recovers a small portion of my health upon defeating an enemy, which is pretty OP. Upon venturing further into the facility, we stumbled upon the control room, and luckily for us, there's still a functional wastewater treatment which can flush out any remaining mutants inside. I had to solve a little puzzle to be able to actually turn on the machine, and that's another mission completed. On 145, I had Logan and a million other people outside my house. He's been venturing out in the desert and came across a treasure map. He asked if I had time to check it out with him, and of course I said yes. I'm always in the mood for an adventure. This led us across the bend, past a new road, to a nearby cliff, which had a lone chest sitting on it. Inside we found a remote control, and upon pressing it, another chest started to pop up. I don't know how you control this with balloons, but I'm not gonna question that any further. But this adventure wasn't about the treasure or the balloons, or Andy and Jess watching us from a distance, but more about what Logan had to say. He wants to spend the rest of his life with me, and to my absolute surprise, this guy proposed to me, right on the spot. I mean, we literally just started dating about a week ago, but I'm on a time schedule here, so of course I said yes. Yeah, so I had no idea that NPCs can propose to you, so I was a bit stunned at first, to say the very least. And I also didn't know that this would immediately trigger the wedding. Thankfully, you can reschedule the ceremony over at the church, which I did, as I wasn't really prepared for that yet. After this eventful morning, I went to the construction junction and expanded my yard once again. I ended up selling the chickens and removing the coop, as this building takes up a lot of space and I never ended up using the eggs and feathers. Sorry guys. I know that Heidi has new buildings available now, being a greenhouse and a room for my machines, Unfortunately, I didn't have enough money for any of that. Like I said, yard expansions are a tad bit overpriced in my opinion. So I had to make do with the little money I had left over. Once I was done with the house, I started working on the interior, and while I was running in and out of the house, I had Katori stop by. I basically skipped over everything she said. I do not like getting disturbed while decorating, but to summarize everything quickly, she managed to get a loan from the Free City Bank and is ready to start working on Katori World. For the first stage of the project, she already planned out 3 separate areas: Coaster, Racing, and Toy World, and I'll be getting the diagrams for that soon. She probably said a few other things as well, but again, I was a bit busy at the moment. The new room I added to the house was actually for Andy. Yep, he's gonna move in with me as well, same as Logan. I tried to go for a space theme vibe since I know he's into that kind of stuff, and yeah, I have to say, this is probably my favorite room in the house. I think it turned out pretty cozy. I had a whole bunch of presents scattered around my place this morning. I thought at first it was my birthday or something, but these were actually wedding gifts. I even got a letter from Haru who congratulated us. And as if it couldn't get any more wholesome, while running around together with Logan, I noticed that you can actually hold hands with your partner. This game is adorable. Today I went to check up on the trees we planted in the outback, and it seems like they already fully matured. Even Mort came all the way out here to admire our new little forest. If only trees could grow this fast in real life as well. With the new algae performing so well, there might even still be a chance for the old widow up on Mount Roxand. Nia decided to make it her personal goal to try and revitalize the old tree. I had a chat with the director later and asked if he wanted to design the diagrams for the roller coaster, which he'll send to me soon. In the meantime, I started working on the different park pieces, like bumpers, theme park lights, support beams, and a new sign. In the evening I went to install everything I made, and holy moly, they built a lot over the span of 2 days. This place looks completely different now. On Sunday I received a coaster card and sand buggy diagrams from Chi, as well as a sweet letter from Penny. I didn't think that I would ever hear from her again, so that was a pleasant surprise for sure. In town I stumbled upon Larry and Xena, who were talking to Trudy about moving back to Sandrock. Larry has come to really like it here, and he wants to express his gratitude by helping us to make Sandrock even more beautiful. Instead of a regular house, they want to move into an old cave, and I offered to craft a few furniture pieces for them. Before doing that, I installed the finished roller coaster down in the valley, and of course I had to do a test drive, you know, for safety measures and stuff. With the sand buggy and roller coaster being installed, Katori World is one step closer to being finished. I made the few items for Larry and Xena. The cave they settled in was the one where I found Logan in for the first time near the outback, so it was a bit annoying running through the whole place for like the 3rd time again, but hey, at least I have a new home now. Once I was back at my own place, I remembered the sand aquarium I bought a while ago and I placed it inside my house. I really wish this thing was a bit smaller. It's not exactly pretty either, but now I finally have a place where I can show off my fish. We're skipping over to Tuesday, where I met with Katori early in the morning to pick up her son from the train station. She hasn't seen him for quite a while now and she was noticeably nervous. Ella will be staying permanently in Sandrock, and he's actually a fully fleshed out NPC that you can befriend, so that's interesting. Nia sent me a letter the following day and told me that she has come up with a plan to save Mama Tree. All we need is some sort of life support system that can help her keep going just a bit longer until the soil around Sandrock becomes more nutritious. For that I crafted a fertilizer tank and strapped it onto the tree. Once again, we don't know if this will actually work, so all we can do now is wait. A sandstorm was on the horizon on 151, but thanks to all those trees we planted in the outback, it completely disappeared once it reached our town. Not only are we safe from the sandstorms now, but it started to look a lot greener around here. There's bushes, all kinds of shrubbery, and even smaller trees popping up everywhere. With this, we can now start Operation Flower Gate to beautify Sandrock even further. Nia and Mian already designed a few statues before, which are gonna come in handy for this. I went over to Pablo's parlor, where I changed my hair to something more wavy and festive looking. You'll see soon why I did that. Later that day was the opening ceremony for Katori World. She's been dreaming about having her own theme park ever since she was a little kid, and now that dream finally became reality. Since I've been helping so much with the roller coasters and park in general, I was invited to be the first official guest. A lot of people came to witness opening night. Not only people from Sandrock, but also tourists from all over the 3 cities. I mingled with the crowd, chatted with a few, tried out more of the rides, and in general, just enjoyed opening night. Friday was a very special day. It was our wedding ceremony, and that's also why I changed the hairstyle so that everything fits together more nicely. Every single person in town came to the church this morning to witness our ceremony. And what I also really like, everyone has unique dialogue lines after the wedding to make the day even more memorable. I couldn't stay here forever though, I had tons of work to do that day. I swapped back on my regular outfit and honestly, I might just keep the hair like that. I got the diagrams for the different hedge sculptures from Mian, and to my dismay, I have to wait with crafting these as I was missing a particular material. Rose willow to be exact. Which is the only plant in the entire game I haven't cultivated myself yet. Yeah, I was mildly infuriated, to say the very least. On the bright side though, these bushes only take a few days to grow. While we wait for those to mature, I started working on my very own greenhouse. I've been meaning to do this for quite some time now, and now I finally had a bit of money saved up again. I tried my best to make it look nice, but there aren't exactly a lot of decorations available in this game, but I think it came out alright. The greenhouse is incredibly handy as it will automatically fertilize and water anything I plant in here. Again, I wish I was able to make this a bit sooner because I simply don't need a lot of plants anymore, but I was still happy that I built it regardless. I had Burgess stop by earlier, who handed me a few rose willow bushes, which was very much appreciated. However, I still needed a lot more than those. And I also noticed that these statues need limestone for the base, so I was busy with gathering materials for the majority of the day. I got immediately teleported to the Blue Moon on 154 as there was a new chef in town. It was none other than Grace herself. The detective lifestyle was no longer for her, so she decided to quit her job and move back to Sandrock. This time she's gonna stay for real. While doing commissions later, I noticed just how incredibly lush and green everything is. I know I already mentioned this before, but only now I started to realize this while playing. Like, there's fully grown trees everywhere. It's a bit much, actually. Once I was back at the workshop, I started making the different hedge pieces, which I completed on Monday morning. I placed them at their designated spots around town, and with that obtained the Finishing Touches achievement for beautifying Sandrock. Everyone came together to admire our green shrubs, trees, and now even new sculptures around town. While talking, Trudy noticed that the old widow also looks a lot happier now. We had to check this out ASAP and headed up to Mount Rockstand, where Mort and Zeke were already waiting. Good to see that Nia's project has been successful after all. Speaking about new project and trees, I overheard Mia and Nia thinking about potentially starting a business together. As we all know by now, Nia has a soft spot for plants, and Mia always wanted to have her own shop. Well, besides her workshop as a builder, I mean. In the end, they decided on a flower shop, and I'm not really sure why I was present here. I felt kinda left out if I'm being honest. I offered them to build a display rack for opening day. And while they set up their new business, I had a chat with Pablo. He's been busy designing clothes and wants to host Sandrock's very first fashion show. This is a smaller side storyline I started a while ago. I didn't bother mentioning this because I honestly kinda forgot about it. Pablo has been dreaming about designing his own fashion line ever since he came here, but never had the motivation to set out his plan. Now that Sandrock is green again and also has a lot more tourists, it's the perfect time for a fashion show. He already asked Trudy for permission, and all he needs from me is a stage. A catwalk, to be precise. I crafted it as well as the display case for Mian, handed it over to Pablo, who was brimming with excitement for the upcoming show. Then I was mostly occupied with decorating around the yard. Later we had a fireside meeting where we get this incredibly beautiful overview of Sandrock. Trudy announced that the next quinquennial, Trudy announced that the next quinquennial Free City Alliance Summit, quite the mouthful, is coming up soon, and this year it will be held here in our very own Sandrock. This is the biggest celebration around the Free Cities, so in other words, it's gonna be a banger party. For that, Trudy wants all of us to invite whoever we want, rightfully so. I mean, we have a beautiful town to show off now. The summit will take place over the span of a few days. It's gonna be so busy that there's even an own schedule for each day. They've been really hyping up this event, and I had big expectations at this point. And it gets even more exciting. At yet another meeting, Grace revealed to us that the Alliance wants Sandrock to build their next airship. Turns out that while Grace was back in Atara, she managed to make some friends with the higher-ups, and with Sandrock housing some of the best builders around the planet, it seemed like the most obvious choice. But this isn't just gonna be any regular airship. Remember when we flew the Martel Dog up to the Northern Plateau and Grace stayed behind? Not only did she disable an engine, she managed to grab a copy of the newest Victor-class airship diagram. I don't know what any of that means, but it sounds fancy. Burgess reminded all of us that it might be a bad idea to build a warship. You know, the very same one that Duvos used while they were invading us? However, this is not gonna be built for a war, but for greenification technology, so that we can plant even more trees out in the desert. The director mentioned that we'll need a few smaller engines located in the Starship ruins, and I'm allowed to build the actual model of the airship. I mean, who else, really? Starting the next main quest called the 6-Star Commission. She informed me about where to find the engines. It was pretty straightforward, they were just scattered around at the lowest level of the ruins. Then I spent a ridiculously long time looking for cactus flower. Up until this point I haven't found a single one, and I needed these to make medicine for Fang as the doctor was sick. After the sun went down, it was time for the first night of Pablo's fashion show. The first collection was Starlight. Outfits inspired by Sandrock's Starry Night, and hello, Logan! All of the pieces were incredibly cute, but the one that really caught my eye was Nia's. Love that one. I had a feeling that I'm gonna need a lot of materials for the upcoming 6-Star Commission, so I was mostly busy with gathering materials the next day. And of course, I came to watch the second show again. Tonight was the Summer Heat swimwear collection. This one also had great designs, but definitely not as strong as the Starlight collection. Pablo did mention that you can buy any pieces of his line, and there is a catalog inside the hair salon, but unfortunately I don't think that I can get these for myself. I'm pretty sure this is the DLC pack you can buy, which is only for NPCs, and I didn't really feel like spending any money on that right now. On 163, I got the airship diagrams from the Rector Chi, and with that acquired every single blueprint in my notebook. Material-wise, this was actually kind of a pushover. I already had most of the stuff on me. I'm not complaining or anything, I just thought that it would be a bit more complex for the final commission, but oh well. The airship has 3 major components: the body, 2 front engines, and 2 aft engines at each side. Before installing it, however, I went to check out Mian's and Nia's shop opening. There are a few new plans available now, and I ended up buying all of them. Mama needs more decorations around her house. Mian and Wei already made the airship platform, so all I had to do was to head on over to the ranch and install it. This thing was absolutely massive. I understand now why it's called the 6-Star Commission. Once I put everything into place, a few of the townies came to marvel at our latest work. Last thing we need now is to come up with a proper name. There was a lot of options displayed before me, but you know what? I wanted to be selfish for once and said, name this thing after me, because I freaking deserve it. Yeah, so Director Chi wasn't so thrilled about my suggestion, which made me a little sad, not gonna lie. Like, why would you even say that, man? Thankfully everyone else was okay with my name idea, so SS Sapphire it is. I almost didn't see this, but the ship does actually display my name. Very cool. I spent the remaining day decorating around my house and yard, now that I finally had more plants that I can display. If you watched any of my Stardew videos before, you know I love placing plants everywhere. It's gonna look good no matter what. Wednesday was pretty much the same, just spent the day decorating outside the yard, getting everything nice and tidy, because on 165 was the first day of the summit celebration. Our first guests were the Alliance soldiers arriving with the plane. I think it's a plane, I'm not too sure. Along with the mayors from other cities around the globe. Then our friends from Portia, and lastly we have the train who brought Kaya, I think, who's the mayor from Highwind, not too sure. The first person I got acquainted with was Luna. She's a famous pop star and also Ernest's sister. How about that? I chased after Gale, the current mayor of Portia, and this guy looks just as silly as I remember him. Well, now with a few touched up textures, but still. Of course I had to say hello to Avery, and he introduced me to his friend Gaudi. Now, this conversation was really interesting, as Gaudi is also going to be in my time at Evershine. And I know I already said it a million times, but it's my video and I can do what I want. I am so hyped for the new game they're making. There wasn't really that much going on the first day, I just hung around and chatted with our guests. Later was Luna's concert, which was pretty cool, not gonna lie. Again, I don't know if I'm allowed to play the song here, but you can check out the playlist yourself if you want to. Moving over to the second day of the event, where surprisingly I got to finally see my parents. You receive letters from your mom pretty frequently, which made me wonder if you do ever get to see them, and here they are. Midday was a town meeting where Commander Ling awarded special titles and awards for some of us in Sandrock, like Tusik, who never gave up on our greenification efforts, Mort, who's the oldest settler and always believed in this town, and lastly was the Commerce Guild Top Builder Award, and you already know it, yours truly won that one. Well deserved in my opinion. This was followed by a huge banquet, both inside and outside of the saloon, where we shared a fantastic meal together. I love that I got to sit right next to Avery. Well, I already know who I am gonna pursue in the next game. Director Chi brought his mobile suit to the stage and gracefully presented his new dance moves. Seems like he finally got the hang of the controls. Everyone here has really heartwarming dialogue lines, but who really stood out to me was Princess Lumi. I unfortunately forgot to record that bit, but basically she says that she's finally over Logan, and as soon as she found out that he was a good guy and not a bandit, she immediately lost all interest in him, and that she totally doesn't have a thing for mysterious bad boys. Are you saying that Avery is a mysterious bad boy? Because I have no shame of admitting that I have a problem, unlike you, Lumia. Anyways, the next morning started fresh and early, where we presented our newly built airship to our Alliance neighbors. Judy and Jasmine gave a tour around Sandrock, just like she did when I first arrived here. The tunnel that connects us directly with Portia, the green and lush outback full of trees, and of course, Martel's Oasis, now restored to its former glory. After a very long airship ride that lasted the entire day, Judy asked how I was feeling, and I said, I felt accomplished. Sad, but accomplished. This day concludes with a very beautiful and heartfelt monologue from Judy, and with that, my journey has come to an end. I completed every single main mission the game has to offer, as well as all of the optional quests. While I didn't fully upgrade my yard, it didn't really matter that much to me. I was still very happy with how the house and the garden turned out in the end. I firmly believe that this game is criminally underrated. Not enough people talk about it, even though there's so much love put into everything. The characters, the voice acting, visuals, scenery, and most importantly, in my opinion, the story. If you haven't already, I would highly recommend checking out the game yourself. Even if you watched my playthrough up until this point, it's so worth playing it on your own. I was actually a bit teary-eyed towards the end. I don't really play story-based games anymore, but I'm glad I did now, and came back to Sandrock. Anyways, that's enough rambling from me. If you're still here, thank you so much for watching. It's been a blast working on these videos. If you know of any other games that would be great for a 100 days type of series, then feel free to leave a comment down below. I read every single one. Once again, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.